Ooh, welcome back, Heavenlies. This is Heaven's Army playing Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn, episode 18. This should be the finale. I was kind of guessing by last episode that we're nearing the end, and I asked everyone, they're like, yeah, you're definitely going to finish it this episode. So, and I believe them, because this really does feel like the end. So, flowers, everyone, welcome back. It's going well. Hopefully all is going well for all of you as well. We gotta like take this guy out in one shot because he's able to hit all of us. So we gotta get this moving. And we're gonna keep them alive. And then I might as well say what I was thinking last episode, but I was so invested in this game, I didn't talk about anything. I had a few topics I could have talked about, and then I also thought of like, you know how this game has things where you either can recruit people, or in this game, if you don't attack them and let them live, they actually will be okay. And my brain was like, what about the Black Knight? Could I have made Ike run away and just keep taking out the other people on down at the southern part of the map? Because the game said I had to take out the commander, which was the Black Knight, but I was wondering if there's also a route there, and if there is, we don't need to answer that. I'm just assuming that there's a whole bunch of stuff like that that I can do. So we'll keep these people alive, and we'll see. But this is definitely the final episode, without a doubt. We just gotta not get ourselves killed here. And I think maybe we should start off with Boyd attacking and see what happens. Wait, who has what? We can't. Okay, so Boyd has to attack because he has also that one, the Nihil skill, and we got to attack 17 times 2 damage. Fools! We gotta be careful. I'm gonna hop into this game, and hopefully I remember to talk about Tekken 8's newest patch, where almost everyone, not everyone. Well, everyone got nerfed, but then other people got more nerfed. But everyone across the board got nerfed in one way. But hopefully somebody reminds me to talk about that, because I meant to talk about that yesterday, and I forgot. Fools! By denying your judgment, you merely rush to your death. Yeah, let's take him out, because we gotta knock some sense into him. 117. Yeah, I think we have to attack like this, or he'll just do some kind of crazy damage. That was not a whole lot of damage, wasn't it? Ike also has this, right? Yeah, so Ike can also attack. 10 and 10 is only 20. I can see. Dragon King, I can see you have no intention of letting us pass. I don't know when. This game is gonna distract me like it did all last episode, and I completely blanked on it. I don't know when. The following, I follow my goddess' decrees. My will is unwavering. I have no choice then. Be on your guard. What do you mean he follows his goddess? Didn't he put her away? No, he put away Yune. Right, Yune. I don't know. Again, I feel like by the sounds of everything, there's so much to talk about in this game. I was just like involved in the story and just playing. Maybe I should, like, when I beat this game, I better talk about it. Maybe when I beat this game, no, flowers will be gone by then. I say about 2 hours from now, the game will be over and I can start talking. I have no choice then. Be on your guard. Very well, Bjork General. You played the patch to see? Now I want to do that too. Our blessings may be equal and opposite, but your strength is a mere fraction of mine. Show me your best. Gonna do 33 damage. Good grief, man. Who can tank this guy? 60? Oh, I got an idea. 21 and 21. That's the most damage I've seen yet. And he's gonna do how much? 16 damage? King Dagansey, I owe you an apology. You warned me often of the danger of open war, but I did not listen. I want you to know how truly sorry I am for the strife that has once again engulfed the world, and my part in it. Again, I got a perfect time save. If this goes really bad, I can just restart and try again, and try other units to see who can take out this dragon before this turn ends. However, I will not meekly accept judgment by the goddess. Regardless of my duty to her, the petrified people must be saved. Cain, I guess, king of beasts, I regret that we must stand on opposing sides. Now we must determine which one of us is in the right. Ire? What does that do? $48 damage. Okay. I got a brilliant idea, everybody. And no, I'm not giving it the soft. You won't be here. If this game is gonna take 2 hours, you're not gonna be here. Let's give it to Micaiah. Cause she can take him out, right? She can take him out! You're one of the parentless. You know me? She can level up now. Yes, I knew the first of your kind. I've been alive for a very long time, perhaps too long, but soon it will be over. Yeah, it will be. I think Micaiah's got the 100% chance, and we got the pretty attack. It's really pretty looking. Micaiah goes for the kill. Cool, that worked out perfectly, everybody. I wanted somebody else to tank and see how hard he hit, right? Without the Nihil. But he did like 48 damage and he could do more. Well, there we go. Defense up. Great. We won! That wasn't so bad at all. No, has my body grown old, or is it my heart? Your heart, man. Your heart was in the wrong place. We still had everybody else can attack. I just don't know who could survive his attack. Right? Yeah, that was. I had us all prepared to take him out. Like, I was prepared for all of us to blast him, because his health was out of this world. And so was his strength. Everything except, what, skill and speed was maxed out on a dragon. Like, it was quite strong. Well done, you have beaten me. Father? Don't lose your head now, boy. This wound, this is nothing. Your power. How could you defeat me? I was blessed by Ashera herself. I gave them my blessings. Yune, is that you? Oh, that war long ago. I'm so sorry. You were right to fight against me. I was young and immature. The Great Flood was a result of my unchecked emotions. You don't have to apologize, Yune. I always knew that you weren't actually evil. You were just too powerful. So why did you choose Ashera again? I had hoped that this time you would join me to help protect the people. I'm sorry, Yune, but I've done worse to you. Long ago we made a vow before the goddess Ashera herself. We vowed that we, the Laguz and Bjork, would never commit the same genocidal sins. We didn't keep our promise, and for that reason, I was committed to accepting my just punishment. Silly, stubborn old scalebag. True that. You just don't know when to quit. You need to lighten up a bit. He does need to lighten up a bit or a lot. To convince the Laguz kings to follow my example, I rewrote history, hid my tracks, and declared you a dark god. All I ever wanted was to avoid conflict. Please forgive me. Don't worry about it, Dagon. See, I knew he wrote everything. I knew he told everybody about it. I knew it was him. For last episode, I guessed all of this. It was kind of the game kind of told me. Anyway, I've caused enough trouble for you, so I'll forgive you just this once. I'm pleased to hear that. Gareth. Gareth, our survivors. Kurt. Gather our... Gareth. Did he say Gareth? Gareth or gather? Oh no. Oh, yes, I could find out. He did say Gareth. Oh, okay, my brain is like, did he say Gareth? Because I see gather now, and now I'm a little worried. Gather our survivors. Kurt is their commander from now on. Who's Gareth? The red dragon, right? Yeah, I thought so. Understood, sir. Nasir. Oh no, a flower? You're on a 5-stream streak? What happened to all of your thing, huh? Huh? You were gone for so long, you're only here for 5 days, Flowers? You followed your sovereign very far for having once left your country in disgust. I give you my sincerest thanks. No, my lord, unaware of my own king's true heart, I did what I thought had to be done. I apologize. Ina, I would like to tell you only that I wish you the greatest happiness in life. that one day you passed out really early? Yeah. So at that one day. Either way. Yeah, so thank you, sire. Sire. Now then, Kurt, get these men moving. I'll remain here, for I cannot move. Yes, father, we will stop Ashura. Wait here for our return. We will be back. Yes, my son, I'll be waiting. Is he unable to move like the other dragon that we thought lived, or is he already dead?
We must save them. Even now, as we speak, countless Lagu slaves endure Binyan chains. They suffer terribly.
We have done all that we will do.
Admonitions and censures change nothing. Now is the time for the dragon tribes to use their strength to save the oppressed Lagus.
Goldoa does not interfere with the outside world. As king of dragons, I will not allow my people to fan the flames of war. Conflict on the scale you describe will wake the goddess and call down her judgment upon us all. This is the path to destruction. 1,000 years. That is how long we swore to the goddess that there would be no war. Have you forgotten our covenant?
Of course not. Yet there are Lagus who are treated as less than livestock. I cannot believe that this is what the goddess wants.
Goldoa will not move. This decree stands from the time our nations were formed. The goddess has not yet slept 150 years. Would you see the Lagus and Bjork destroyed? Would you see all of Tilius awash in blood? No. Unless destruction comes to seek us at our door, Goldoa will not move for the sake of future generations.
Tell me, do you care nothing for the Lagus who suffer in the current generation? Do you think it would comfort them to know that you condone their misery?
All things require sacrifice. Where are you going?
To Binyan. I will find a solution without you.
You who have lost your birthright? All you will accomplish is your own destruction. Hold! Hold, I say!
His voice doesn't match his face at all. And there was a line that reminded me of like another skit from another time ago. My queen, Raijin, I will soon join you. I love it, Almedia. My lovely Almedia? Cherish life. He's not gonna tell anybody this though. He's just gonna whisper this. No one will hear him. And hold, I say. Anyway, it was at our door. It was all like periods into it. It threw me off. It reminded me of a skit. Anyway, it's happening again. Welcome back, Brandon, by the way. So thanks for the flowers. And yeah, we did well. I guessed right with the team to attack that crazy dragon. It's happening again indeed. Whose memory is that? Something feels so familiar about it. Is that your memory? Father? Hurt? He's gone. So we defeated him so much that he died. I know. This is simply another reason to move on. Trusted by my father to care for our people, I will stand before Ashira as the king of the dragon tribe. Okay. Kurt has immediately received a form shift. Okay, I mean, I got my backup save technically here as well. Right, I was like, how is this only 2 hours later? I understand what's going on now. The fight took 2 hours, and then I saved, and then another 2 hours into this battle, but it only saves before the battle, so... Yeah, okay. That threw me off, because it should have been 4 hours between each save, but I was in the middle of a battle. I've been here, but unable to text. I love the Dagon Sea battle music. Wisdom of Aegis. Ooh. They're getting stronger and stronger. Aren't we? Since we're all now level 20, except the one who is going to be very hard to level up. Whose memories are those? I know him. Everyone, Ashira stands nearby, just beyond these doors. That's where we'll find her. We made it. Finally. I mean, she keeps saying him. We know Ashira is supposed to be, well, I mean, looks like a girl. She keeps saying him. So my guess was last episode, Sephiran. So let's see how good I am at guessing things. Or using my detective skills, but we'll see. You should know Ashira may have changed since before her slumber. Order and chaos are meant to naturally balance each other out. If you take one away, balance is lost. I don't expect Ashira to have the merest shred of compassion. Talking to her will likely do no good. We don't have much choice. If talking won't work, we'll have to use force. Otherwise, this has all been for nothing. Surprised we're allowed to walk straight here. How about you? What do you mean? Are you completely chaotic? Are you out of balance? As far as I can tell, you don't seem to lean too far in either direction. Ashira and I see things a little differently. During my long sleep, I was wrapped in sweet, gentle music. The Heron Galdrer. Yes, but more important than the song itself, I was never alone. There was always someone singing comfort to me. That would be missed. Ashira wouldn't have isolated. Ashira shouldn't have isolated herself. She became lonely and bitter, and lost touch with her people. Hold on, this thing won't budge. What's wrong with it? Well, Bjork is pushing it. Why don't we let Yune push it instead? These doors cannot be opened. Hey, Sephiran. They've been sealed with powerful magic. Or is Sephiran gonna open up the door for us and thus exchange his life to open up the door? I hope not for that either. Sephiran, you're alright. I'm so relieved to see you. I'm sorry to have been a cause for concern, Apostle. Forgive me. Sephiran, there's something I need to tell you. I'm not the true Apostle. I didn't mean to abuse your trust. I've known that for some time, Sanaki. Don't forget that I was almost a father to you. Penalty doesn't make you any, it doesn't make any difference to me whether or not you can hear the goddess. Sephiran, thank you for always being there for me. I mean, remember, shouldn't you tell him about General Zelgius? Yes, I suppose I shouldn't, Sephiran. Zelgius is dead. I know you put a lot of trust in him, but he was also closely allied to Dayan. I'm sure you heard of Dayan's so-called Black Knight. Stefan, the Black Knight was Zelgius. Yeah, he knows. That's probably not news to you. It is it? After all, it was you he was taking orders from. What? Ike, what are you saying? A man like Zelgius could never serve conflicting interests. Never. Everything he did for one master. Isn't that so, Sephiran? I think I understand. You wanted to monitor events in Dayan. You sent Zelgius as a spy. Precisely. I felt it important to observe King Ashnard carefully. That was my goal. At the time, it was relatively easy to get an outsider close to the king. Ashnard was famous for employing powerful men with no regard for their background or social status. That is true. Very easy to implant the strong spy there. Obviously, he would have needed no convincing once he saw the blade work of General Zelgius. The Black Knight tried to take the medallion from my father and killed him. Tell me, Sephiran, whose plan was that? Ashnard or yours? Calm down, Ike. Sephiran, would you please explain? Sir Ike, I'm afraid your father's death was an unfortunate result of Zelgius's own personal agenda. I did not order Sir Gawain killed. However, I must admit that I did ask him to seize the medallion and hand it over to King Ashnard. What? The goddess was to be freed and all living creatures destroyed. Come again? that almost felt like a twist there, didn't it? You're insane. I couldn't be more sane, Sir Ike. Attend and learn. My aim has always been to wake Ashera so that she might pass judgment on all the people of the world. What I needed was a war that would spread all across the continent. How could I achieve this? Sephiran, of all people? They're gonna make somebody who doesn't need to be evil? We already had bad people. They had to add another one to the list? My attention turned to the young Dayan prince. How could I could use the fiery Ashnard for my purposes. Dayan prince and the fiery Ashnard. He was ambitious, a fierce warrior, and more than anything he had an earnest desire to change the world. When I allowed him to know of the goddess sealed inside the medallion, he became determined to set her free. We could use Heron Guldur or a massive continent-spanning war to throw the world into chaos. Lord Sephiran, what are you saying? Are you saying you wanted this? You can't be serious. Well, I mean, he kind of said it, so I got to believe him, but... YouTube crashed on you? Oh, is it my end that making YouTube crash, or... No, okay. Looks like my YouTube was fine. But yeah, Sephiran is dropping some crazy bombs right now. Yeah, so I'm on YouTube watching right now as well. Interesting that it's crashed on you. Anyway, back to Twitch. Tsunaki, my long life has shown me the people of this world deserves only destruction. It's not for people to just make these claims, and neither is it these gods to just be like, you know what, I made you, but you did a bad thing, I'm just gonna wipe you all off the face of the planet and start over again. You know what I mean? So what's up with this? What's up with these? They always make gods go crazy in video games. And then now we have somebody like Sephiran who should have been wise and intelligent and you know, now he's just like, you know what, I wanted everyone to die too. And it's just like, what? You seem to have changed a lot in the 2 seconds. Yeah, I think it might only be your end, but breaded Charmer. There's breaded and branded? Okay, well, we're gonna just go with Charmer from now on. Yeah, that's very strange, because I just snuck over too, but you're welcome either YouTube or Twitch. Tsunaki, okay, I've already read this. The selfishness and the brutality, the disregard for others, the endlessly quarreling Laguz and Bjork. We have been given many chances to correct our behaviors and ourselves, and have squandered them all. The only remaining hope for a peaceful orderly world is for Ashera to wipe us all out and begin again. To fulfill my ambition of destroying all beings, I had to use you. I had to betray you. This is some kind of monstrous joke. Well, I mean, this doesn't seem to fit everything that Sephiroth was made for in Path of Radiance. I kind of see when in Path of Radiance that Sephiroth and the Black Knight kind of knew each other, because Sephiroth was going to go up and talk to him, and the Black Knight didn't even attack. And whatnot, and all of that stuff kind of like leads back to this, but like, sure, I could see Sephiroth doing all of the things but this one thing. Sephiroth saying I want everyone to die, that doesn't seem to fit. Everything else is fine except this bit. It was originally branded, but Reddit became an inside joke with some of your friends. Well, there you go. Well, there you go. Reddit is pretty good too. You've been pulling the strings all along. So, it seemed like somebody was pulling the strings, okay? Even I said, Ashnar doesn't seem smart enough to be pulling the strings. And I said that in Path of Radiance, but why would I guess Sephiroth? And it seemed like in this game, out of nowhere, Big Neon, every single person was a psycho. So it just came out of nowhere that they were just treating the Dayan people like absolute, they were just like trash. And it just, that came out of nowhere. And now all of a sudden, it's just like everyone in Big Neon, I think except Sanaki and Sigrid and them, they're the only like normal good people, I think. Because now even Sephiroth is like, I wanted to watch the world burn, and it's just like, okay, this seems like a 180 to your personality, so okay. I don't know, unless they were planning this, but they didn't do a good job hinting it on the normal playthrough, or B, this is just like they came out of nowhere with this. If they were hinting it through the harder difficulty modes, and they give you little inside specs of Sephiroth, because this is coming out, this is more out of nowhere than Zelgius being the Black Knight, to me. And even more out of nowhere than Raijin dying on me in Path of Radiance. I thought they all went back to the Dragonlands. How wrong I was. Alive too, I meant to say. So you've been pulling the strings all along. I knew somebody was, but not Sephiroth. Correct. Beyond just Empress Sanaki, you were trusted by a lot of people. Sephiroth, I need to understand. Do you really betray all of those people? Did you? I did. You just like straight up confessing now. I don't need to hear anything else then. I'm going to make your death as painful as I know how. Ike, that's not for you to do either. This can't be happening. I won't fight you, Sephiroth. I can't. Or Sanaki. You have no choice but to fight. The doors leading to Ashera are sealed by my very own magic. Killing me is your only way through. Sephiroth. Alright, well I guess you, Sephiroth, you could be with your boy Zelgius then. Since you chose him over us. So it was you. All those memories penetrating my mind were yours. Since we entered this place, I've seen what you've been thinking. Laron, give it up. Goddess Uni. Why do you insist on calling me that name? Laron? I've discarded it so long ago. Uni, I've changed. Laron is a thing of the past. Laran? All I want now is the end of all that is. Please don't stop me. Who's Laron? Excuse me? You're running out of time. At this rate, I wouldn't count on being able to face the goddess. I would hate to see you denied after coming all this way. Well, now you know who brought you here and why. He's gonna solo all of us? Sephiroth is so strong, Laran or whatever his name is, that he can solo this whole army? I suppose that just leaves our fight to the death to take care of. Good grief, what's happening in this world? I mean, what is these things around the map? Good grief, I don't know what to do with this rest of these people now. This is magic power and speed. Oh, you have the right skill too then. And you don't. Okay. Oh man, this is like, well, he has a good skill on. What am I to do? What am I to do here? A fire tail, level 20, 40 HP. Might of 13, 85 hit, unique fire magic used by spirits. Critty lad? Critty lad. You got critical lad? Critty lad. Okay, I don't know. This sounds more like a whole nother world. You got rewarp as well. A mysterious magic gem that raises the defense of the holder by 10. Light magic of the highest order, used only by those favored by the goddess, for Sephiroth only. It sounds like a... It sounds like some Irish... Creddy? The Irish, or should I go with more British? I almost want to go with more British now. Anyway, it just... This word is interesting. What else can you do? Nullifies all damage inflicted by weapons not blessed by uni. Makes sense. You got shove, and you also got the corona that we've seen on somebody else. Okay, nothing too crazy. No nihil. Unfortunately, we're surrounded by these. I don't know what happens when we try to go by them. Should we form up like an ultimate defense and then just go after Sephiroth, or... Oh, good grief, Sephiroth. How far does your stupid magic go? What is happening here? Gaelic. Ah, there you go. It does sound Gaelic now. Yes, you're right. So now we're back to Irish. I don't like how they could attack everywhere. We gotta make a defensive wall. I don't know how I'm supposed to tackle this. Everyone who should be in the middle should either be you and you. And you. Do we have enough people? It has a 1 to 2 range. So when we make 3 people stand side by side, we need to have somebody stand here, and we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need like 20 or 21 people to do this. Huh? I was just gonna ball all of us up, run around into like a... I was just gonna walk up. Go right after Sephiroth and put an end to this. But I have no idea now how to deal with this. I don't know what to do here now. It's Welsh. Okay. 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 It's like the names like stood out to me too. I just couldn't place it either. But there you go. The moment I saw it, I'm like, yeah. Trust me, no cool American words is gonna sound like this. So I'm gonna save, and I'm just gonna go with this because I have no idea how to deal with this. This is making no sense in my brain. I don't know what to do here. Why is Swords not able to do any damage? That did 10 damage, okay. You did try reading King Arthur? Tried it in high school, but my brain went numb. I can't do books, so who am I kidding? I'm not liking the low damage. Oh, there we go. I don't like how the combat is not in combat, though. You can actually do 15 damage to Ike. Why doesn't that do any damage? Am I utilizing the tiles? No, I'm not utilizing the tiles. I'm gonna defend everyone here and then run away. Run up here, take them out, run up here, take out Sephiroth and move on. We're getting rid of Critty Land. Critty Land gotta go. forget the tiles. He can one-shot them. Oh, there, that attaboy. You can do 1 damage? Okay. So that is, now that we're talking about audiobooks, that was one thing I've always tried to do, but when it goes to it, I'm just like, nah, I can't do it. Daunt? Critical? No. I can never do audiobooks either. Who got hurt? I remember somebody getting hurt, yeah. Let's not do that just yet. I don't think any of them can harm her, but let's see what happens. I'm just gonna go for this, everybody. Good, okay. They can just teleport whenever they want. This Har can heal up too. Okay, but he's full health. We don't want to get overrun by these magic things. HP and strength is great. So Ike and Boyd is actually the weaker ones right now. We gotta protect Racing. I guess Soth would be a bit squishy too, won't he? Mortals cannot stand against gods. Don't you see the futility of what you're doing? Why does everyone have an AoE attack? I absolutely despise how strong everyone is. Okay, well we didn't die, so I'm not too worried. Did I save over the wrong spot? I did, didn't I? The Gusenbjörk have doomed each other with their mutual hatred. You have brought extinction on yourselves. I didn't check to see how much damage he can do to Boyd. I only saw the damage I can do to him. Ooh. Pretty magic. You can't do it, okay. You can try to complicate things, Sephiran, but it comes to this. You are my enemy, nothing more, nothing less. So be it. I've heard about you. Have we met before? The silver-haired maiden. It's taken so long to finally meet you. If I had known you still lived, I know, it's too late. What do you mean by that? This changes nothing, I cannot falter. What is the matter with you? I'm just overly sensitive. Don't feign concern over me. What did he mean by that? Okay, somebody has to take out this other little defender back here, because he's... Lord Sephiran, your every action in office earned you the trust of millions of big neon citizens. I can't believe that you could stab every one of them in the back like that. Young lady, actually, I should address you properly. Astrid of the Crimean Royal Knights. Did you happen to stop by your home on the way here? No, I didn't. Aren't you worried about your family? Perhaps you should check on them. No, everyone's fine. Even if they're frozen solid, I'm going to save them. I have nothing at all to worry about. You've grown stronger, but your heart hasn't changed. Good. I meant for Ike to do the kill, but whatever. I'm just putting an end to this silly magic attack. I did not like Sephiran attacking all of us whenever he wanted. At last, I'm dying. I am not messing around with this. No, thank you. If Sephiran would have had a normal battle, everything would have been fine, but no, he had magical things that attack and teleport anywhere, so no thank you. I would have to defend Ike and Soth and Boyd constantly, and whoever else would receive damage. No thank you. Saffron, hold on, open your eyes, it's too late. This is what he wanted, apparently. Soniki. Saffron, you can hear me. Somebody help, he's wounded. I'm sorry, Soniki. Sanaki. The doors leading to Ashura won't open while he's alive. I can't save him. That's correct. Thank you, Uni. I am sincerely grateful. Explain to me what you meant by what you said earlier. Death is all you've wanted since this started? Everything else has been a little more than a terrible side effect? I'm sorry that this was your only goal, but I'm happy to help you achieve it. Saffron, I see now what you were going through. It must have been hard. I wish I could have helped you. Please don't mourn for me. I'm not worth it. I'm so sorry. I wanted to help you. I really did. Forget about me. This path was my decision. My tragic mistake. I don't get... The story has gotten off the rails way too much in this game. Yeah, the guard move was something. But anyway, I removed the 4 defenders and no problem. I figured going after Saffron would be way easier than drawing this one out. We don't need any more experience. We got the strength I was aiming for. And I don't know about magic users, so now we gotta deal with a goddess. Lady Sanaki, I want you to have this. This is the Rudol gem. Wear it in memory of me. It will protect you. Please forgive me. I'm sorry I lied to you. Saffron, don't worry. We still have all the time we spent together. Nobody can take that away. Nobody. Thank you. I'll be leaving you now. Zelgius is waiting. They both were like, yeah, we're both gonna die here. They literally both were planning this. Saffron, no. And I was just like, really? Can we... I'm hoping there's a way to save everybody. Gaming with MC2000, hey? You ran into my channel just now, looked some of your videos. Great videos and live content. I'm sold. Just subscribed. I have Fire Emblem Engage and the 3 Houses. Well, this one's on the Wii, by the way. Yeah, so welcome. I've only now recently got into the Fire Emblem series, so I'm brand new to the series. But this story's gone mad at this point. But welcome. There's only a couple thousands of videos for you to watch if you've been looking at YouTube. Thousands upon thousands. So yeah, welcome though, and thanks for the sub. On YouTube. Ashura's waiting beyond those doors. Let's go. You made it right at the end of this game though. This might be spoilery for you. Yeah, everything you might be seeing is completely spoilery. Who am I kidding? Avert your eyes if you don't want to see. I don't know. This whole scene seems to be out of nowhere. I'm sorry, Saffron. I once lost hope in the Laguz and Bjork too. I can see now that my punishment was far too strict. I was young and naive, and so sure that I was right, just like Saffron. I wish I could have shown you the error of my ways, Laron. Goodbye. Who is Laron? I still don't even know who Laron is! Some amazing sage from a long time ago or something? Yeah, spoilers in the end game? Exactly. I'm gonna let this stay on her. She needs this equipped, so we're not putting that away. Unfortunately, I haven't used any of these. And since I got 2 blizzards, let's put that one away. Okay, that went by a little quick, didn't it? I was a little worried about the magic, so I went after Saffron. And we're able to take somebody out really quickly, which means you can do that in all other fights too. You can end...
I will not countenance this plan.
You could do this in all other fights too, fast.
Hear me, Goddess Ashura. Yune's imprisonment within the medallion has begun to change you. Order and chaos. You are one being, comprising both parts. The one must naturally affect the other.
Even so, I will not return Yune to this body. She is unstable, and I must be perfect in
You are perfect?
It is as I have said. Yune must be destroyed.
Asherah, you mustn't. You cannot survive without your opposite. Please, you must not do this. Your world still needs you.
Does she want death as well?
You have ever been a wise and kind-hearted child. In deference to you, I will place my faith in your kind one last time. For the next 1,000 years, I shall sleep as well. When I wake again, I hope it is to a world of peace and order, where all prosper as equals. If I do, then I will know that you have advised me well. I will reward your counsel. I will also allow Yune to return to me. I will once again be the goddess of creation, whole and complete. Ashunara, the dawn goddess, the name your ancestors gave me so long ago. I should like to hear it again. However, during this 1,000 years, if the chaos of war should arise and awaken Yune from her slumber in the medallion, I will know that you have strayed from your path, and I will punish your failure, as I will reward your success.
But he went for the chaos path.
Then you will know my judgment. You will pay for your sins, each of you to the last.
In the names of our people, we vow to keep this covenant. There will be no great war between Lagos and Bjork for 1,000 years.
Oh, we failed that.
Pledge Altina of the Bjork, Tegensia of the Dragon Tribes, Soen of the Beast Tribes, and I, Leran of the Bird Tribes.
If you believe during this 1,000 years that you have created a world that has outgrown the atrocities of war, or if you feel the world has fallen beyond hope of redemption,
I finally got an answer.
you may sing the Galder of release and awaken us both. Your heirs will possess that ability as well. Sing to awaken us, and tell us your tale. Tell us of the world your two kinds have built in our absence. We will listen, and we will judge fairly and impartially. This is our covenant with you.
Waiting for the scene to end. I'm not gonna get caught by them talking again. Leran of the Bird Tribes? He was of the Bird Tribes? What? Sephiroth was that? Okay, that I guess that's why we can see why people are so strong. It seems to be Laguz has to be it, or mixtures of Laguz and Bjork. It's called a Fire Emblem, not a demon coin. Silly Brighted Chamber. It's her. No kidding, Ike. You're literally looking at her at the top of the tower. Ashera. Ashera, it's me. Uni. Can you hear me? So I was worried that because Uni could take over Micaiah's body, I was worried that Ashera took over Sephiroth's body. That didn't happen, but Sephiroth was still there at the end, huh? Part of the Bird Tribe Laguz, Sephiroth. Please listen to me. You don't need to pass any more judgment. You can return the people to normal. I cannot. There are still people in my world who are made of fallible flesh. This imperfect world has passed beyond control. Now I shall pass my final judgment. Wait, you can't violate the terms of the covenant, Ashera. 1,000 years still hasn't passed. We were woken by Galder, not by mankind's war. It doesn't matter. Well, yes it does! The words are supposed to be words, contracts, promises. During my long sleep, Bjork and Lagoose continued to fight. The children of flesh will never learn nor grow. Time will pass as always, but nothing can change the destiny of mankind. You have to look deeper. The first judgment didn't turn anyone. The first judgment didn't turn anyone to stone, and I'll tell you why. Because these people are not people as we know them, Ashera. These people have become something new. People, the Zunanma, are the only living creatures of this world that we didn't create. Animals evolved to become Zunanma, who then became Lagoose and Bjork. So she created animals who evolved into these people, and those people split and became Lagoose and Bjork. Those who had the power to keep their animal forms by a transformation, and those who completely lost it and lost all animal characteristics. No scales, no feathers, no fur. Weird, but okay. I mean, I at least got this. I'm just curious if this is super truly canon, and if so, when we play Fire Emblem 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, how much of this is not even a part of the game at this point? When did this get added? Is what I'm curious. Has this been hinted the whole time? So I want to play more Fire Emblem games. I really do. Because I want to see how the story came to be like this. Anyway, that evolution continues today. Ashera, I'll tell you a secret you didn't know. Children can be born of both a Bjork and Lagoose parent. They're still very few in number, but if allowed to flourish, mankind might become anything. The two races continue to evolve. I'm sure something wonderful will emerge. You can't just bring that to a halt. Do not claim certainty of anything. The children of this world are born of chaos, and nothing could be more uncertain. The world does not require the evolution of man. My responsibility is to protect order and the balance of all life forms. Beings that evolve without my guidance will only destabilize and threaten this world. Because of that, you have to wipe out everything made of flesh? Is that what you're trying to say? Very well then. You and I have nothing more to talk about. My only choice is to defeat you. Uni, do not be absurd. You cannot overthrow me. How many times have I been in this situation, everybody? I've been here so much. Keldeo, by the way, I meant to say welcome like 20 minutes ago, I think it was, but I'm so wrapped up in this story that I keep forgetting to welcome people. Hi, everyone. I'll do it now so that I don't forget again when I get wrapped up in the story, trying to figure it all out so I can have something to talk about when I beat this game. But I've been here so often, all I can do is start laughing now when we fight immortals and gods, and they're like, you can't beat me, and it's just like slip slap, and then it's like, ah, you defeated me, and I'm like, yeah, you allowed me to get this strong so I can. So, so we'll see what happens. Maybe this will be the twist where I don't win. You cannot overthrow me just as I cannot overthrow you. Well, there you go. You two could stay in a stalemate, but all of us back here are against you. So you forgot about that little feature, didn't you? Of course not, but they can. Thank you, Uni. Hi, yeah, I'm back here. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, I knew we were part of your plan. So hi, yeah, Smarts really helps out. No, I'm not Ike. He's not smart enough. Everyone, the time has come. Defeat Ashera or everyone you love will be a statue forever, or we will all be wiped out. These people, they carry your blessing, Iune? You mean to fight me? Ashera, our goddess. This is the world, and we are the people you created. You make it sound as if we're some sort of filthy creatures that you decided to settle... Just decided to settle down here and cause trouble? That's what you were trying to say? Ike, don't say it like that. We're not perfect. Sometimes our brains tell us one thing while our emotions tells us another. That's the chaos, Ike. You don't. She already knows this. Har can do it? I mean, can't we all? End war. The more we try to avoid it, the worse it is when it comes to us. People are probably the dumbest creatures alive. Oh, Ike is now speaking about himself. But somehow you're also the most endearing. It's your imperfections that make you so interesting. Imperfections are very similar to ours. Those goddesses that are definitely not perfect either. We know that we've messed up. We'll do our best to avoid more war and make peace our highest priority. But after 150 years, when all the humans die out, we're all gonna go back to war again, because that's what always happens. And since this is our repeating thing that we keep doing, it's gonna keep happening. Ashira, just give us one more chance. All we ask for is one more chance. No! She already gave us all a chance! She's not going to agree to this! You expect me to reserve my judgment? The goddess of order cannot be so... mercurial? My decision is final. So that's how it's going to be, huh? Then we will fight. And we will save our people. Make your peace with whatever the gods worship. Your end is near. Ooh, well, there's a good line. My end is near? In every battle that mattered in my life, I've always been the one left standing. No matter how slim my chances. It's because you're the main character, Ike. Don't push this button too far. Unless you're like, I think I'm the main character in this game too, and I think I could get away with this, go for it. But be careful. We have seen movies and games where main characters are not immune to all things. This battle means more than any of the others, because it's for the life of every person I've ever cared about. That is a good line, isn't it? I did like it. I will win this fight. Oh boy, do we just rush? Oh, look at all of the defense around you as well. We just gotta defeat 6 of them and then go straight after Ashira? Oh man, okay. I mean, Soth, you're a liability now. I was going to remove Raisin, but there was that one point in the last battle where I'm like, I might be able to move Raisin to make somebody do a double attack. And I was about to do it. I don't know if Raisin was able to do it. But I was gonna also, if he couldn't do it, I was gonna make Soth do a push, and then hopefully he can make somebody to go another turn and attack one more time. HP of 120. The miraculous power of the goddess. Her attacks have a myriad form and effects. 50 might, everybody. Only Yudi. If I was a god, I would remove this skill. Just saying, everybody. I would make sure that no one can hurt me. But anyway, thank goodness. Look at the SS's. You can't wield a sword? Okay, you're not that strong of a god if you can't wield all of the weapons to SS tier. He has 50 resistance, so we have to physically attack. I mean, Ike seems to be... he's the only one I know, so I have to play other ones, and when I play as the other characters, I'll see if I like Ike the most as well. I know there's a Marth, I know there's a girl-looking person that looks like Marth, and there was a Roy, and then there was other people. So, we'll see, but we gotta go there. So, I want to play more Fire Emblems and then learn who's cool or who's not. These have 90 HP. Who has the most range? Jill does. Jill has the most range. She could kind of... Right, I gotta make sure I save over this one. We've done the battle and then we've done another one, so... In case if I do this wrong, I'd rather have my backup save before this fight. Alright, here we go. YOLO. Yeah, Marth, who looks... Girl-looking Marth. I cannot think of her name. I haven't played the Fire Emblem games, but I know there's Marth, Roy, a girl who looks like Marth, and Ike now, and that's all I know. Everyone listen carefully. In order to reach the Shara, we must first destroy the aura protecting her. Got it? Attack the aura. $30 and $30. Are you kidding me? Well, I'm glad my verbiage made you laugh. How is this ultimate axe doing no damage? I cannot believe we gotta destroy this barrier first. Try to survive her attack. Yeah, but she has Nihil, so... Causes half of all damage received to be reflected back upon the assailant. Huh? I don't know what that means, but we didn't get half of our damage back to us, so thank goodness that didn't happen, or we would have died. And I guess, can you... 33 times 2. Good grief, that's not enough. I can't believe that we can't do any damage to these people. Some tells give defense, some give resistance. It's either the heal stone or nothing at all. We need the Nihil skill to kick in. I got it. I got it now. I'd rather just take this out, right. We're all gonna receive damage. Do they also have this? No, they don't. Okay. No way, she can't make it up here? Good grief, you like this chapter? I hope I do it right. I got Ike attacking at range 1 now. But we got Nihil, so it's not gonna activate, right? Who are you attacking? You went for a heal. What is it? Okay, she didn't do anything. It's up to Boyd and Ike to get stuff done. I'm gonna move Boyd in here too. I don't know where this enemy is getting the Nihil from. Right, this Nihil seems to kick in for both of us. She doesn't have it, but it's activating like she owns one. So I can never activate my skills, but I don't like that I have 3 heals. So we can try to get everyone who can do some severe damage. 22 and 22, that's not bad. And she can't do any damage. 22 as well, but only 22 times 1. Oh, no! I wanted to take a look, not attack. 14 damage. I did not want... I wanted to see how much damage I could do, not attack. Thanks, game. Well, now I gotta waste a turn healing her. Huh? Oh, I can only mend by being right behind. Oh, my bad. I was like, why can't I heal? That's enough. Let's do it. Yeah, it happens a lot on Nintendo games, I've noticed. The double clicking is going to be my bane. So who else can attack? Three is not enough and you need to heal, so... We can do this. I already feel like I got this. It's just that it's taking a while to accumulate any damage. Thank you. She's only gonna receive 8 damage? Okay, she's only gonna receive... No, she's gonna receive 16 damage because she's attacking twice. Nope, she only received a little bit. Yeah, we're not losing 44 health here. So I do have an AoE heal. Not a whole lot, since you can't do any damage now. So Mantle's a combo skill between heal and fortune? Is that what's going on? Who has the heal? I need to have people on the edges of the map because they're gonna keep spawning these people in. So yeah, we're moving. We're gonna be moving around the map now. Anagus can't attack hard enough, right? No, he's gonna lose way too much health. So I'm just gonna leave him over here to get healed. Astrid can do something about this. Jill, I don't want to move, so we're gonna move Ike. Ragnall, 20 and 20, but we don't receive any damage. Maybe I should make Ike in the background more. I think I should move Ike to the background maybe, so that Boyd can attack next as well. Yeah, this will do better. We can remove the defenses a little bit quicker if I just did this. And then Ike and Boyd can do a combo attack. Astrid could kind of take out one of them. And Boyd could do enough damage to this one. G3 is close. I don't know what happened to Titania's damage, but she does 8 damage now. That's ridiculous. I don't know what happened, but it's not cool. She can do 22. Let's just remove this one from the field then. We can attack and we can staff. I'm just gonna heal just in case. She can only attack, am I seeing that she can only attack once every 2 turns? Well, yeah, but other people got brave weapons as well. We used to be able to quadruple attack people. Now we only double. $22 damage. Arkin with a silver axe do 22 damage. Why is a silver axe outperforming? Well, we missed, but anyway, that happened. Hello, Blade. Welcome back. Yeah, you can still get experience, can he? Who's left? I think Astrid can do it. Astrid can take this person out by herself, and we can still have everyone attack. Good grief, she's awesome. The aura is gone. Excellent, now we can finish this. She's not saying a word. Okay, hold up. I gotta do math now? Okay, how much can you do? Okay, how much can you do? Literally nothing. How much can you do? Okay, I think we already can take out the goddess. I'm gonna save. I think we already got this. Magic is not gonna work here. Can she do anything crazy? No, she can't do anything crazy. You would face me in battle. I need no further evidence of your kind's imperfections. This will hardly be a battle at all. Simply an end. Perish, flawed one. Yeah, I do have a little bit of avoidance here with Daunt, but I don't think we're gonna avoid anything. 67, we have a chance. Like, we got this already. I have plenty more attacks to go. I was just making sure that she wasn't gonna wipe us out. We all attack and we still don't have her defeated on the next turn. But she's already down to... She's already down to 26 HP. They almost could have given her double the HP, and I think I still could have pulled it off. Actually, that's a little too far away. I have a 76% chance. Ike might miss, everybody. Ike might actually miss. He missed. Okay, well this worked out pretty well because the one that should defeat her is her. Right? I mean, I was gonna try to give it to Ike, but he missed. So let's give it to Uni, who should also take out her counterpart. Well, there you go. I knew Ike was gonna miss too. Jill can do it. No, 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 no. I've been giving people who should take the people out the kills. Alencia took out the curly-haired guy, the poodle. You know what I mean? We had people who need to take out the bad people, and I let them take them out. All right, we defeated her. It's over. It's all over. Ring the bells. School's in. We did it. You did it. Not you, Micaiah. Get out of here. You did it, Uni. Stone, welcome back, by the way. Our fighting is finally done. Now the people should all turn back to normal. Unless this god has a second form and a third form and a fourth form. I've gone through games that did that too. We don't need to do that. Yes. Let's get out of here. I'm sure the others were getting tired of waiting outside. Wait. Huh? Oh, hi. What? What's going on? Well, like she's a goddess. I kind of jinxed myself and I said maybe she has multiple forms. This is insane. We defeated her. You defeated nothing. This is nothing at all out of the ordinary. Mortals cannot defeat the divine. It is not possible. But we won. Micaiah, Uni, pop out and doing a magical attack now that does 10 damage to her. General Ike, we have to fight one more time. The people out there need our help. You can try as many times as you like. The result will always be the same. There's no way for you to win. Uni! I can't believe that. General Ike, you can do it. Forge a new destiny for us. Ike, please, you've got to. I don't need encouragement. I'd fight to the end no matter what. Ashera, you can't stop me. It doesn't matter if you're a goddess. It doesn't matter if I have no way to win. Fighting defines me. And I will not lose. When will you tiresome gnats surrender? We're not gnats. Okay. So, I already used my turn to do stuff. Now it's my turn to heal, I guess? It's up to Ike to get the kill, isn't it? It's up to Ike to get... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. It was up to Ike. And Ike dropped the ball, everybody. Not only did he drop the ball, but he dropped the ball. Like, he completely dropped the ball. Let's go right here. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Let's get a little closer. Oh, forget you. Okay, no, 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 we're fine. We're fine. She healed up, but it's okay. He really did drop the ball though, didn't he? Yeah, I know he did! He freaking missed! Why are we missing it? Oh, 82%. Why are we missing at 82%? I can't do this. Ike? We're serious, Ike. You have a 71. Hold up. No. I'm not falling for this shenanigans again. $83. A 62. If she came back full HP, it didn't matter. So now Ike only needs to hit her once. I knew Har was going to miss, that's why I picked him. That's why I went with this. Now it's up to Ike. I'm going to save everybody. I'm going to save because Ike only needs to hit once. Just once. Let's do this. Everyone lend Ike your strength. Oh, cutscene! Oh, we definitely got you then.
Put an end to this. Take all the power I have.
Thank you. I'll use it well.
Her voice sounds way nicer. Ike is way too calm in this battle. Ooh, I've done this in Final Fantasy IX. Here it is. Everyone, give me your energy. Spirit Bomb, let's go. 3 damage. I take that, 3 damage. I thought she said she couldn't be defeated. I knew Uni had to. It's the hero of the Blue Flames. Yeah, there you go. Oof. Ike, you only did. Ooh. Is that Chibi Goddess? Ike is like backing up.
What of you? Are you leaving?
I am. But I believe it's for the best. This world does not need gods. We have always failed you. We've made you weak. That's why we must go.
You don't have to leave.
You don't have to leave. Honestly, you don't.
It's true. We don't have much use for gods. But well, you show us what we should aspire to. We need inspiration. You give us a reason to grow, to become more than we are. And if we don't have that, Yune, we're nothing more than statues.
Ooh, that.
Can you forgive me for the pain I've caused?
Yes, easy. Easy can forgive. Yep,
I don't know,
I can.
but you have already forgiven us. How could we not? We are all family. We will try to understand one another, even when we disagree.
You're right. I will try. One more time.
All they need to do now is make a sheriff pop up one more time and be like, sup, by the way, that was just an act. Now I'm gonna unleash my true form, and she has like 10 million HP. Stats of all like 9999 is just like, oh great. Anyway, that was cool. I agree. I agree the gods shouldn't just leave because they're idiots and they don't know how to make good gods. They didn't have to leave either. So is everyone's gonna wake up, but people are still in the middle of a fight. What would stop them? What would stop them from fighting right now? Because they were like all charging at each other. Dude, you're in your weakened form. Be careful. Wait, what? They just smile and they're like, oh, I can smile too. We can smile? That was a bit odd. It's like that meme where the guy's smiling at you. Yeah, I was like, what happened? Everyone slowly gets turned back. Okay. They got turned to stone because they didn't know how to smile. I mean, it was kind of odd. That part was a little odd, okay? It was the little... They were all murdering each other, and they just woke up in a stone, and they're like, I'm gonna smile at you. And the other guy just didn't immediately stab him. He just smiled him back, and I'm like, well, that's good that you didn't go into straight murder mode, but okay. What made them all chill? Is it because the god of chaos and the other god of balance they're the ones who calm down a little bit, so all of us kind of don't have all this negative energy swirling around us? Is that what's going on? Because where else did all of this chill come from? Or one Lagoo smiled at a human and that was all it took to end the war. Was it a smile, everybody? Well, I guess this is over. Uni gave them the chill pill. Like, that's what it looked like, right? Uni just flew over and went, everybody relax. No words were spoken. If she would have said, everyone, we gotta stop fighting. This is the god Uni. I've freed you from your stone, from the other god that turned you to stone. But, like, nothing was spoken. No words were told. Everyone just immediately chilled. Anyway, we'll see. Maybe other difficulties give me more story. We'd better be on our way. Are you going back to put a shirt on, Stoth? Yes, everyone's waiting for us. We'll have to start rebuilding all over again. Hopefully this will be the last time. No, don't say hopefully. Make it the last time. If anyone can do it, you two can. Again, I believe that everyone here right now can calm down and stop fighting, but after this generation dies, and then the next generation dies, however many generations it takes, we're going to end up fighting again. Because we forgot about the gods and everyone getting turned to stone, and it all just seems like some kind of made-up grandma story. Some folklore that's trying to scare the kids to stop fighting each other, and then people are gonna get their ambitions and stuff back, and it's gonna be another fight. Right? There's nothing stopping people from going back to fighting again, so I don't know. We'll see if there's some better rules laid out by the people. I doubt it, but thanks for the vote of confidence. Thank you, Ike. I won't ever forget you. Remember how you always hated him every time we spoke about Ike, Micaiah? Remember those times? It was only like 10 episodes ago. Priestess of the Dawn, Micaiah, crowned 15th Queen of Dayan. At her subjects' entreaty, Micaiah became the queen. Micaiah ushered in a new era of prosperity and peace. Zypher Soth? That's becoming Queen Micaiah's husband, of course, that makes sense. And her pillar of strength, Soth worked tirelessly to assist the poor. Blade of Justice Edward. Edward lived as a common townsman. Despite the Queen's wishes, he would often visit the keep to bring good news. Okay, I'm gonna have to let the text spin itself out because it takes way too long for the text to show up. Well, everybody, my team being maxed level really helped take on this boss, and being on not the hardest difficulty also made it doable. But yeah, Leonardo toiled at rebuilding the army with his power, proven skills, and good looks. He was beset by women across Tellius. That was not at all helpful, so he helped rebuild the army. Cool. Anything else cool? Nolan wandered the kingdom, saving those in adversity. Stories of his altruism eventually became legends. He became a legend. That's pretty cool, Nolan. Laura returned to her home church and became a mother to many orphans. Got it, okay. All of whom loved her gentleness. Alyana went home, ate food, took a nap, and repeated that indefinitely. Return to travel with the merchant caravan as she had before. Somewhere right now, she is hungry. Exactly. I thought her and him would have gotten together. Aaron. Not Ilyana, the other lady. Aaron served for many years as lookout in his hometown. Everyone relied on him for his honest, if clumsy work. Oh, okay, this guy should be very strong. Torrentino worked tirelessly. I would assume so. For his country as linchpin of Dayan's military and a pillar of statesmanship. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That sounds like him. Did he get married? Did he get married to you-know-who because he had to? Slayer traveled Tellius as a mercenary, resolving Bjork Lagu's disputes. Some say he eventually settled in Gallia. With you-know-who? Alright, Queen Micaiah ceded Tel Ariga to Jill. Bearing her father's ideals, she made her land and people prosper. Jill became the lordess of her land? Okay. You don't like Micaiah? What? Though unparalleled in strength as a Draco Knight, Har never fought again. Rather, he carried cargo in Tel Ariga. That sounds like her! Not he was handsome and everybody in Tellius chased after him? Who cares? As Lady of Morado, Fiona watched over her beloved people and protected them until the autumn of her years. Okay, so she just went back home and looked after everyone as well. Returning to Hatari, so she went back over the sands and back to her homeland, past the desert of death. With recent events graven in her heart, Nyla hoped to migrate her people across the desert. Maybe we will see them in the next Fire Emblem 10 game. 9-10, the Fire Emblem 11 game, I think it is. Never mind. Strangely, Volug was still in wolf form on the day he went home. Asked why, and he said, "It's more comfortable." Okay, that didn't help out anything, but that sounds like him, so moving on. Raphael performed the ceremony in the Serene's forest to wake his father. So, Raphael was the only one who could pull that off? The king. Eventually, he returned to Hatari, back with the wolf people. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa! It's like, don't you dare skip him! Okay, they didn't skip him. There's a cutscene. Ah, Ike. Oh, maybe if they were in my party. No, I didn't have. No, yes, I could have. Maybe if they were in my party, they would have had a cutscene here. Is that what was going on? Pookums, that's right. Pookums was Zyhark's name. You know it. We all know it. Ah, your work out there was superb. Your work too, Kategus. Did you know you could do like 30-40 damage times 2? You beast. Hey, you weren't quite over the hill yet yourself, you know. I always wanted to go one-on-one with you, just once. Ha! I would have expected you'd had your fill of fighting. I had enough kill or be killed to last me a lifetime. But something simpler, some way of testing our respective strengths. I'll just go in for a hug, bro, man. Just hug it out, see who could hug the hardest, and, like, be done. You mean controlled matches with all the little rules they have? In a peaceful world, we need such things, especially we Lagoos. Without a fight now and then, we'd go a bit strange in the head. That's the honest truth. I'd rather try to order a river to change course than stop a bunch of rampaging Lagoos. Yeah, so they're gonna order out, like, safe, fair fights. Nothing to the death. Upon returning to Gallia, King Cainigus. The more important characters get scenes like this. Oh, I see. King Cainigus lost no time in abdicating his throne. Countless songs still tell of his valor. Yeah, he seemed pretty powerful. Lion's King Shadow Gefka. He looked like Gefka, right? Gefka does have that beard that looks just like Ramon's brother. Since their youth, Gefka had been ever at Cainigus' side as his loyal shadow. He died proud of how he spent his life. Skramir as the new Lion King, you're not him, patrolled Gallia's borders vigorously, and his large heart won the love of his people. The land, the land where all the light touches will be yours, Lion King. Renolfa was often run ragged by advising the new king. While he winced at his duties, Renolf still indulged Skramir. Okay. And Leith. Later became a captain in Gallia's home guard. Okay, I mean, she seems to have the knack for it. She pounded battle skills and fighting pride into young warriors and whelps, I thought she was gonna say. Can I hit a button? I'm afraid to hit a button and we skip this, because I wouldn't mind the text going a little faster, but I don't want to hit a button and it skips it all. After returning to the forest, Mordecai avoided battle and lived all his days in peaceful harmony with the trees. He became an elf. Okay. Good for you, Mordecai. You be that elf that you always wanted to be. The little sister, Lear, lived free and wild in the forest. She often told her young comrades of war and the heroes therein. She also became an elf. Got it. Ryza remained a dutiful Gallian warrior. That's right. You can't fast forward, sorry. That's alright. I was just gonna speed the text up, not anything else, but I was afraid to hit a button and skip everything. He showed exemplary diligence, never neglecting to train something. Okay. Wait, sister. Sister? You're my oldest sister, aren't you? I mean, I was trying to piece these together, okay? I was trying to piece this together. When somebody died all those years ago, and Sephiroth saying, if I knew you were alive, and I was like, man, like, I couldn't quite put it all together, and I would have no reason to think she was the older sister. But matching eyes and stuff? What do you mean? It makes sense. All the pieces fit. The Galder of Elise, the goddess Uni's voice, you going missing for years but never aging. It's true. Inside the tower I heard the voices of many hearts, and I knew. I am descended from Laron and Altina. You are the descendant of Laron, Sephiroth, and Altina, the grandmother. Misaha, the former apostle, was my grandmother. Yes, I thought so. Good grief, the family trees are weird in this one. In any case, my sister, please consider staying in Big Neon. No, she's gonna take over Dayan while you are still the ruler over Big Neon, silly Sonicy. With your power and charisma, you could do so much good here. No, I'm afraid I can't. But why not? Dayan is my home, and Dayan needs me to bring it to heal and rebuild, not Big Neon. I have no idea what she looks like, so I'm gonna ignore that line. But Big Neon has you, Empress. You will be a just ruler. Make your country proud to have you. Will I never see you again? Hardly. I think that what our countries need now is a sense of family and friendship. I ask that you sign a treaty of alliance with Dayan and announce that we are equals and sisters. Let everybody know that we're actual sisters. I will, of course, once things settle down in both of our countries. That will be the first thing I do, sister. Thank you, Empress Sanaki. My dear little sister. Yeah, they should just do that. I don't know, it's a video game character. I think you all should calm down. Sanaki elected to guide her people in a world without the goddess, and made treaties uniting the continent itself. Sigrun! Nothing new yet, but Sigrun was loved by her subordinates in the Holy Guard for her kindness and guarded Sanaki all her life. Empire's Bright Blade? Tanith was feared by her support, and she doesn't give off that vibe in the Holy Guard for her strictness, and guarded Sanaki all of her life as well. But yeah, I know that she scares, good grief, Marcia, but she doesn't give off that vibe when we talk to her. As Big Neon's Lagoo's advisor, Tormod labored to help former slaves out of poverty. He was busy, but very happy. So he was the Lagoo's liaison, got it, advisor. As Big Neon's first ever Lagoo's official, Miriam assisted Tormod and supported his efforts in every arena. What did Vika do? Vika became a liaison to former slaves, traveling between the cathedral and Lagoo's district, and was loved in both. Oh, okay. Oh, Oliver, you started off with buying slaves and stuff, getting house, you were supposed to die, getting house arrested, and now you're hanging out here? Oliver followed his calling as a guardian of beauty and sponsored many artists, especially those who depicted him. Unnecessary information. Stefan gathered like-minded individuals and formed a tiny, independent settlement. I hope a tiny nation, which later became a great country. There we go. So now we got the mixture bloods. Oh, okay. To Barn. Will you be heading back to Gallia first? We'll stop by Gallia, then wing it straight on to Serene's. Serene's? Why there? Well, to drop off Racing home. The Empress Sanaki has kept her promise. Serene's will be formally ceded back to us. She said we may return immediately. Ah, I see. That's good to hear. Sometimes bird changes their feathers. Sometimes birds changes their feathers. I thought I was gonna say sometimes the bird cages that we had let us know the freedom that we now have. I thought it was gonna be something like that, okay? But yeah, no. It was just like sometimes bird changes their feathers. I'm like, what? I was going all crazy way off to the end and you were going with this? Okay, the hawks and the herons and even the ravens were thinking we'll all settle down together. I need to get the confirmation about you-know-who. Naysala, we have to get the information that the contract was his. It was all. We already got that, right? I think we already did. We just didn't get it in the story, but I mean, I pieced it all together because I'm smart. The fan's moniker? No, I didn't. All this time, we sorted ourselves by our ways of thinking and seeing and living. We can respect each other's opinions and we can learn to compromise. We can learn to live together without strife. I don't think it'll be that easy, but it still ought to be simpler than getting Bjork and Lagoo's to treat each other decently. You set a good example, Racing. All the major issues look like they'll be handled soon. The only thing we can't agree on is hunting and eating meat. The forest creatures are off limits, needless displays of violence as well. You know we will not budge on that. Tell me, have you ever heard of a vegetarian hawk? Or a raptor that doesn't scream virtuously at the skies after a kill? Meat, huh? That's a thorny problem. Yeah. Lion-blooded? Half lion, half Bjork, huh? Tabarn was chosen as the first king of the unified bird clans, and brought them a great respect from the other nations. So Tabarn was, there we go, Naysala. Sky's shadow, apparently. Saved from the blood pack, Naysala left his people and their nation. He became a diplomat, finding atonement in work. So, I mean, he got absolutely destroyed like Dayan. And they're just gonna turn him into a diplomat and that's it? Grayson worked hard as a leader in the new Lagoo's nation. His iron resolve under a pretty face was suited for politics. They should have did Naysala a little bit better than that. He had to go through all of that stuff because of that stupid blood contract. As the new king's right arm, Janeth, huh? Janeth so eagerly trained his men that he often skipped meals, weekends, and sleep. What did Ulki do then? Wait, can it be left arm man? Despite being the new king's left arm, I knew it, okay! Ulki still loves solitude, spending his free time in long, deserted locales. Leanne and her father, right, since the father got healed now, made the forest echo with songs. Okay, to stir pride in all those toiling to build a new kingdom. Okay. The wise old crow. Neolucci, the guy who always wants to die, who no one ever granted his wish, despite his age, still hasn't died. Neolucci worked hard to restore the name of the Raven Clan. Every year, he set a new age record. Still alive. How dare he? Neolucci, why? Why me? Anyway, after finishing his contract, Volk went back to the shadows he knew so well. He was a man of mystery to the end. The king! The young king, Kurt Naga? Kurt is his name. Spent his days arbitrating conflicts between nations, guarding the peace so many had died for. Okay. As a dragon, you should be able to easily do that. Ina returned home and gave birth to her lost fiance's child. She was pregnant the whole time? Goldoa rejoiced at the first dragon born in centuries. Raijin and Ina? This whole time? Nasir served the new Dragon King by observing other nations. Okay. In his travels. And often doted on his great-grandchild. Of course he would. So we need more supports to get more story. Gareth was named Chamberlain to the king's new orphan, and taught him both strictness and love. Oh, well, there you go. Alincia gets her own thing. Well, your majesty, shall we be off? Yes, let us. To Crimea, to our homeland. Alincia governed Crimea, obviously. With resolve and a deep love for her people. Her reign was remembered as a golden age. Okay. There you go. Redding himself. The Grim Cavalier? The Grim Reaper Cavalier? Not the grim-looking Cavalier. All Crimea rejoiced at Renning's return. He chose to forego the limelight, helping the queen to keep the peace. There you go. Good job. He didn't want to become king, apparently. Okay. As captain of the Royal Knights, I'm pretty sure Joffrey lost to Renning, though. And the model of chivalry, Joffrey served his queen and country. All his days, of course. Tireless advisor, okay. Where the queen went, Lucia followed. Their love was fabled to be stronger than even most blood sisters. Okay, they just... Okay, here we go. Bastion. Bastion's unparalleled diplomatic skills ensured that many treaties were signed, spreading peace across Tellius. Good job, Bastion. The veteran knight? He's literally like, what, in his 20s maybe? Like late 20s at best? Veteran? Karen served the royal family with nearly fanatical verve. His voice could be heard from anywhere in the castle. Trains all the time. Micaiah, you better have a better story than a lot of other people. Showed her dedication as one of the royal knights. Ever vigilant as she patrolled Crimea's sky. So she stayed in Crimea. Good job. Prince of Layabouts Makalov. Makalov remained as a royal knight because the empire was too strict. Miraculously, he was never fired. Wow. Unassuming Knight Astrid As a royal knight renowned through the lands, of course, yeah, what? What happens? Astrid's beauty and prowess were known to allies and enemies alike. Okay, so she's strong and pretty. What else? That's it? Nephany lived with her family and Milior. Okay. Time and again she raised her lance in defense of the realm. The rural juggernaut. I guess Juggernaut's a pretty cool name. Braum, returning to his family in Oma. I thought they were both together. Oma and Nephany, I thought they were both from Oma. Braum farmed for the rest of his peaceful life. He never lifted a weapon again. Meg had an ordinary marriage in her village. Not with who we thought! And had an ordinary family in an ordinary house. Her house was always full of ordinary laughter. She did not get married to him. That's unfortunate. That's sad. Meg should have married Zyhark. That should have been scripted. That should have been story, period, signed, and Heather returned home to care for her mother, swearing off her roguish ways. Yet somehow she always had money. She didn't swear off her roguish ways then. The war over, Danvid, not Devdan, hung up his lance and became a traveling performer. His act could make anyone laugh. Well, there you go. Good for you, Danvid. Where's Devdan? Still probably looking at flowers, isn't he? To this day. Khalil returned to running the store with her beloved Largo and daughter, overpowered, super powerful goddess of the world, Amy, strongest in the universe. Her bright smile cheered many hearts. Are we worried? Are we still worried that Amy's going to appear in the next game, firing nukes out of her hands? Are we going to be worried about that now? Gods are gone, but now we have Amy to deal with. Titania remains second in command of the mercenaries. Once a year, she visits the graves of her fallen friends. Okay, here goes Deadly Adept Shinon, huh? Shinon lazes the days away in his old haunts. An expert at all he put his hand to, and chose none as his calling. Devdan is okay, looking at flowers. Probably had a giant garden of flowers, is probably what he did. He settled down, made a giant flower garden, and that's what he's doing. Gatry became a famous mercenary and a household name. Fate led him to find many women, but never true love. You're an idiot, Gatry. Don't care about you, but who cares? Moving on. Oscar, now here's a character I can read. Oscar returned to the Royal Knights as Queen Alincia's request, but still took mercenary work on his side. Oscar moved up. Boyd trained day in and day out, never to be able to take on Ike, but man, still one of the strongest characters in both games. So as not to lose his spot to some stupid rookie. He never did either. That stupid rookie being Rolf. Rolf remained with the mercenaries. He was always in demand as a tutor of unrivaled marksmanship. Well, he was trained by the sleepy lazy guy. He served as healer and opened a small chapel. Okay. In the corner of their old keep. He taught school too, huh? He also taught school there. There you go. Teaching school is good. Good job, Reese. Maya set off in search of new opponents. She traveled the whole continent searching for more people, but sometimes arrested at Grail's retreat. Mist was courted by many young suitors. What does in her time? She gave the nod to none of them. She and lived happily alone? That's what you gave Mist? Soth and Micaiah gets married. Mist lives happily alone. Though his tactical genius was unmatched, Sora never used his talents for anyone but Ike. What? Ike, once he saw stability return, Ike left on a journey. Like everybody else who looks like that. Ryu from Street Fighter, my bad. And still, what? I was distracted by mocking Ryu from Street Fighter. Good grief. Oh, I missed it again. What did that say? What truly did that say? Hold up, I think I could do it. I think I have the power to do this. I have the power to see whatever I want to see. Is Ike still broke to this day? Okay, we're gonna let the credits roll out, but I got some things I want to talk about here because this is like madness. This story went off the rails and then it went like off the rails again. He was never seen again. Ike went on a journey and was never seen again. That is Ike's ending. Miss dies alone. Ike was never seen again. Way to be the main characters of a video game. You didn't pair up with anyone. Miss could have ended up with Boyd. What? And Ike and Soren too. Oh, so we're supposed to make people friends? And those friends become married? What? Okay, well I didn't know that too. Okay, so if I would have known that, well then who do I want who to marry? Ike had to escape Amy. Well, Ike could have also married Amy. Anything would have been better than we all die alone. Congrats, everyone. Heaven's Army didn't do the silly friendship because he didn't know who to add. It's way too complicated for a live stream, so he decided to just do it. And this is technically the hard way because I could have made friendships and could have got bonus stats. We could have did more damage, more evasive, more defense. So yeah, we could have been stronger. By the way, I just didn't know who to add to who, so I skipped it. Blame the weird support system. I blame the weird support system, yes. And everyone adding people to friends and then you could still end up with nobody. The support system is not, yeah, something, anyway. I don't think Amy can be that bad. There's no way Amy would be that bad. Ah, well, you were all right. It was like around 2 hours I would beat this game, and I even flew through the fights with Sephiran. If I would have held back like I was doing, we would have still probably been fighting Sephiran, wouldn't we? Because they would have kept summoning mages. We could have did damage, but I didn't want to keep getting teleported and attacked. So I just, like, we could have did this a little bit slower. But this is fine, because by the time the credits is done and by the time I'm done talking, we'll have ourselves an episode, basically. And I doubt this song is going to be muted. As an ace, no thanks. Anyway, yeah, I think Amy cannot be that bad. I am definitely not planning on doing a second playthrough, no. I don't want to play this game again, nor do I want to do it on a harder difficulty, so no, I don't. That does not sound like fun to me. I can't see how I would make the second playthrough more entertaining than I did this time. I'd only be watching the same stuff, be a little bit more on edge because everything's going to be harder. And I also gotta do way more work, like try to find friendship stuff and whatever. No thank you. I would like to pass. I would very much like to pass on that. I would rather move on to Need for Speed Underground 2. Hopefully that game works out well. If it does or doesn't, we have another game donated. And then we can move on to Black Myth Wukong. That's the plan I'm going to do. No thanks to a replay. I hope people who watch me play, not knowing what I'm doing, but at least having fun and making jokes, I hope I do make you feel like playing this game. Whether it is your first time playing, or your 20th time playing, I hope you do want to play this game again. Because you can do a whole lot better than what I did. All of you can do a whole lot better. You can't do any worse. You can choose to do worse by killing off everybody and then seeing who the game allows you to bring at the end. That's probably the worst you could do. But yeah, like, you can't do any worse. You could actually make friendships and see what changes at the end as well. And if I missed any people, which I might have, it would have been nice to see all the other people showing up there as well. Yeah. That's what I could word there. So while we're here in this little moment, because I'll talk about Fire Emblem once the credits is done. And none of you here, I don't think, care about Tekken 8. But Flowers and other people watching might. Since I've done a Tekken 8 recently. And eventually I'm going to have to do another one, but there's another update in Tekken 8, and there's going to be another one coming up next month as well, where they've nerfed everybody. Absolutely everybody's been nerfed across the board with damage and across the board with chip damage or something. And then other people got extra nerfs on top of that. So, and there's going to be more coming after that to get the whole game back to balance again, so... For those who are curious, I'm not going to do a video on it because I know everyone else is going to be doing a video on it. And I am not versed to know everything that's going on, so I could just watch the 2 or 3 people that I know who's already got a video. Don't need to name drop them. But they will talk about it and I will then understand and then go, cool. So yeah, with that, Tekken 8 talk is done. There's also the new PS Plus games that are out. If you haven't got them yet, you can get them. None of them are one of the ones I want to play. So we can skip those 2. There's 3 of them, but yeah, Arc would be the only one that looks good, but I played one already and I didn't enjoy that game at all because it has no story. So moving on. In days long past, a young man strode the lands of Telius. He was simple yet true, his deeds brave and noble. He reunited 2 races long at war and healed the heart of a goddess, long gone mad. Ike. Ask any you meet, be they young or old, Bjork or Laguz, of a hero named Ike, and you'll receive a warm smile and a tale or 2 of faith, courage, and honesty. Well, they're making Ike, like, really cool. Really, really cool at this moment. And I guess if you're going to be a main character, you should at least be somewhat cool. Finn. The finale is what I wrote down, right? Yeah. So there you go, everybody. I think we could just leave it on the screen. Now, there's no music playing, but I think we could leave it on the screen. I think so. So, I mean, I haven't written anything down because I don't think I really need to write anything down. I think I could wing my entire 2-game Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, Radiance Dawn experience without having any notes written down. So I'm probably going to be all over the place. But yeah, starting off Path of Radiance in the Fire Emblem series, I think still was the best choice I could have made. It's starting off on Fire Emblem 1 or the newest Fire Emblem, I don't think would have had the same impact as these games. Press the button to see the battle stats and top units, I'll do that after that, then I'd rather stay on this screen and talk, unless the other stats have screen as music. Do we want... we'll leave it be. Don't distract me too much now. I'm trying to do this for my brain. I don't have notes to back me up this time. We know what the top units are, don't we? Yeah, they were there the whole game. So yeah, I think I still like Path of Radiance more. But my goodness, they did such a good job with the skills and this, I mean, again, the story was just too crazy. And it does have music. Oh, well, I don't want music, but I would love to have some music. But yeah, I don't know. They've definitely done many better things. The story went way too crazy on this game. And again, I haven't played both games on the New Game Plus, and I haven't played it on the harder difficulties to unlock all of the story bits that I'm missing. So yeah, again, I know that. So what I've watched, like I did like Path of Radiance. It was my first one, and it wasn't over the top crazy. There was definitely some other psychos in that game who'd done unbelievable war crimes, and at least I thought we were putting a stop to them. And then enter Radiant Dawn. They're all there. They're all doing crimes, and even worse crimes. So it's just like, my goodness, I thought all of that. And then all of a sudden, they're just like, yeah, Sephiroth is the ultimate villain. Forget about them. It almost seems out of nowhere. I'm assuming it's not. If I had all the pieces of information, I assume I would have been able to piece that it was Sephiroth pulling the strings. I know somebody was. I wasn't guessing Sephiroth. I didn't want to guess Sephiroth. But it seemed out of nowhere, because Sephiroth just seemed to be like the wise, strong person that everyone looked up to, and he traveled around the world and all of that stuff, but it didn't seem like he was just like, I want everyone to die. He didn't give off the I wanted everyone to die vibes. So, yeah. And again, the Black Knight didn't need to get defeated there in the tower just because he knew Sephiroth was going to die too. Like, there was a whole lot of that going on in this game. And the goddesses not knowing how to like look after people, and people not knowing how to look after other people, and everyone just fights everyone. It's a chaotic world indeed. Okay, there's not much story in the second playthrough. It's literally 2 characters and a little bit more lore explained. I need not a little bit more lore explained. Like, we missed a whole bunch of stuff. They were rushed making this. I wish they had spent proper time on that one. Well, there you go, because yeah, some stuff just popped out of nowhere. Now again, some people showed up in Path of Radiance talking about how Laguz and Bjork are from a race, and I'm like, that's not mentioned in Path of Radiance, or at least it wasn't in my playthrough. It was mentioned in this game, Radiant Dawn. So the goddess was one thing, or at least there's 2 of them that formed one god. Either way, it was either one being or 2 of them formed one, and then they created animals that evolved into Penuma. That's another game. Don't remember the name of them actually, what they're actually called. I would have wrote it down had I had a list, but I'm doing this from memory. Forget that. So Penumas. And then they evolved and split into Bjork and Laguz. And then, good grief, the gods were just like, had a sneeze and flooded the world. Like, what's going on? So anyway, the story went a bit crazy. Some things made sense. You know, the Dark Knight spoiler, I didn't mind the reveal, because I wasn't trying to figure him out. I just didn't care who was the Black Knight. Okay? Zenunma, or whatever it was. Yeah, some strange name like that. So, yeah, I don't know. When they dropped it, I'm like, oh, it's Zelgius? Oh, okay. I guess that kind of makes sense. He was able to one-arm block to Barnes' attack in Hawk mode, so I guess I should have figured it out then. But Sephiroth saying, I'm pure evil and I want everyone to die, that came out of nowhere. Again, I'm still upset with the decision to take out Raijin. I know that's not his name because they gave him a silly name, but the dragon from Path of Radiance that Dane poison him and turn him into a permanent dragon and just a mount. Yeah, him. Raijin, Ina, those 2 were together, those 2 dragons. I'm surprised he just killed them off at the end of Path of Radiance. I had no idea. I was expecting to run into him. It would have been crazy to have him there and be like, oh, you actually rescued me? You know what? I'm going to fight with you too. I'm not hanging out here. We got to put a stop to this. No. So they removed that for me too. And again, I didn't quite get the system at all about who to make your friends, the support units that you would talk to, go up their ranking. It made no sense in Path of Radiance, and then when I went into this game, I just skipped it. I would have to invest days to figure out who in the world I'm supposed to talk to and why they're the best. And then I just follow somebody else's guide, not my own playthrough. So that's why I didn't do it. And apparently that also changes more stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff locked behind this friendship thing. and also a lot of story locked behind a new game plus, and then also on a harder difficulty. So it's not kind of a game that I can live stream. I also wish Raijin was in this game. He was cool. We freed him from his permanent dragon form. He was like, thank you. And then all of a sudden, he just took him out. Anyway, the support system in this game, I'm assuming the support system is going to be tricky to deal with all of the games until you actually use a guide. Or you just become friends with anybody. It doesn't matter. Kind of like what I did in Path of Radiance. And I kind of ruined the friendship because I tried to talk to everyone. And I only had like 4 units. 4 times I could talk to, not 4 units. I could only speak to people 4 times. And I ruined Ike right away. And it's just like, oh, I thought I could, I have a mouth. I thought I could talk more than 4 times. Excuse me. So I don't know. Not my scene. A little hard to do as a live streamer. No problem to do as a gamer. You could easily stop your game at any time, pause it, and look up a guide if you want to get a better idea of what to do. So it's not bad. It's just you got to invest some time, and I didn't want to do that. So they were planning on doing proper supports, whatever that means. Either way, it's not in this game, so proper, what they were planning on doing and never happened, doesn't matter. This is what the game is, so that's what we got. I don't think that way at all. So either way, I don't know. I didn't mind Ike like 60-70% of the time. Most times he's an absolute idiot who doesn't know anything. He was super arrogant and not knowing anything of the world. And then at some point he got mad at people, like out of nowhere, and I'm just like, why? Where is this anger coming from? And then he eventually got a little bit better in this game, Radiant Dawn. Okay, and then he basically at the end, he literally became the hero that everyone looks up to. Everyone has a warm smile when they think of the name Ike. Okay, but still, he was definitely a different character. I again, this world is so hard for me to fathom. It makes sense that Ike is a part of this world to make it better. Okay. So we got a lot of other Fire Emblem games before you all think the support system works out well. Okay. Fine. I mean, I'll know it when I get there, maybe. But yeah, I don't. The support system is such a minor detail. I've already moved on from it. So I still think this game's got a lot of characters, so there has to be some good characters. This game also has good music. And I know the voice acting sometimes even makes me chuckle, but at least there is voice acting and I don't have to read every single line, so that's not bad. I don't mind reading every line, it's nice when there's voice acting too. And the swords beating axes, axes beating spears, spears beating swords, and then everything else lies outside of that realm. So bows can just take out anybody, doesn't really matter. Same thing with the crossbows, but and then the magic can take out everybody too, but the fire versus the thunder versus the wind, those are all against each other, but the light and dark magic falls out of those realms, so the fire, the light and dark is like bows. And then they keep adding, they added daggers as a weapon, but then they added crossbows and it wasn't a weapon. It was just like a thingy that some people could use. And it wasn't a bow for system at all. So it seems like even in this game, they're still adding more things. Bro Ike was mad for a reason. Soniki was, well, I mean, that moment, yes, but what was the other moment that he just got super mad? I feel like it wasn't a part of the Big Neon moment. Big Neon might have been a part of it, but we weren't there. I feel like I got mad somewhere else, and I'm like, whoa, dude, calm down. Like, this seems like out of your character. Whatever part, or maybe it was the part where she was just making fun of her and giggling. Maybe that was it. Okay, maybe that, but it seemed not a character that Ike would be. So maybe it was that part. I thought it was somewhere else, but maybe it is the giggling part. And Ike freaked out, but it didn't seem like Ike would react that way, especially to anybody. So yeah, it threw me off. So maybe it was that. And there's no such thing as anima, but okay. Now you're adding future Fire Emblem stuff at me now, I say. Well done. Either way, all I have is 3 elements, and then light and dark is not part of those things. Ike doesn't put up with garbage, but he doesn't do it in a explode angry way. Doesn't tolerate, but he never exploded until that moment. He's been calm all the whole time, and he bears the stuff, and he thinks about things sometimes, but he never got angry until then. And he didn't get angry any more times. Literally, when Sephiroth was saying all of the stuff, Ike never once got angry. So that's what I'm talking about. Ike only blew up that one time and never again, and it doesn't fit his character. So yeah. Anyway. Well, I haven't seen any anime or anima in this game, so I don't know what you're talking about. So I haven't heard of it. All right, where was I at? Good story-ish. It was crazy, but it is a good story. Even if it was wild to me, there is still a giant story here. It took place over 2 games. It's nice when games try to go tell a story that's bigger than one game, so I do like that. And again, the music and the characters. The weapons? Yeah, the weapon names were a bit strange. I know they're taking it from like a different thing, but I've never heard of so many of the weapons. And again, some of the names that I know are just magical tomes, is what I was told. So yeah, yeah, I guess it's just different names. I'm so used for Final Fantasy, I guess, and other names that we've seen along the ways. But I guess I also have to thank everybody who's here and who's not here. For those who helped me out, I've gotten some amazing ideas, some major warnings, like, dude, equip for like a long fight, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then I did, and it was like 4 fights back to back without any breaks, no time to refill or anything. So I got some amazing ideas and tips when I needed them. So thank you all for all of that. And when I asked some questions, you answered, and you kept it very, very spoiler free. So thank you. You could have ruined this entire playthrough by spoiling everything, because people do love to do that for some reason. So I still had fun even though I was live streaming this. So yeah, that gotta get that one. I gotta get that off my chest too, because I do feel like I gotten so much more help than I would have done on so many other games that didn't have this help. So the game's done really bad because it was just me alone. So yeah, you all made these 2 games better. So you should pat yourselves on the back for that as well. Yeah, hopefully I did better the second time around, because the first game I was absolutely not knowing what I was doing. And again, I took a more defensive approach and kept everyone alive. It seems at the end of the game, I was finally strong enough to just rush ahead, take out anything in my path, even a goddess, in like however many turns. So it wasn't so bad. And based upon that, I feel like you can rush ahead and beat all the other maps too. You don't have to play as long and slow as I did. You really can speed through. They do give you units that can do what needs to be done and win. So they do that the whole ways through. Right. What was the thing that I disliked the least about this game? Was never being able to play as my team. And at least Path of Radiance, you have Ike and a few of the people right away. And you can keep adding more and more people to your team. In this game here, every time I swapped to Micaiah and every time I swapped to Alincia's team, it was difficult. It was very difficult, even on the mode that I was on. And when I played as Ike's team, I had so much fun. I really hope in the other Fire Emblem games, before and after these, that we're not doing a split partied story. Path of Radiance, we didn't have any split parties, we just had our team. And Radiant Dawn, we had 3 parties. None of them I could have really leveled up people to the levels that I wanted. And then after we merged together, we got split into 3 teams again. And I'm like, oh no, not again. And I overstacked Ike's team because I wanted everybody in my team because I wanted to play like that. And then the other 2 teams were just doomed. I thought that they were going to fail, but I left to Barn and a few other people who I thought could totally solo the maps. And whoever I had in the other team was able to pull it off. Naysala and somebody else, wasn't it? Yes, it was Naysala and Tabarn had their own teams that they had to defend incredibly so. And they were able to pull it off. It was great. But yes, I know not to do that ever again, especially on hard mode. I don't think we could have won with what I did there. They often use the same tactics since the party was choked. You did about the same in both games, but this one was way harder, so I did great. I had to go defensive because I don't want anyone dying. I am not a fan of having death on my games, so I went defensive. I see how I could go offensive now that I played both games. I can see how you can just use your strong unit, run up, blast people, and take out the leader before any reinforcement shows up. You'll win on turn 2 or 3. They'll be the MVP, and the battle will be over. But I don't know. I went to level up Ike's team. I managed to pull it off. There was a couple spots where I was able to delay the game and level up quite a few people by just keep attacking one person and they kept healing. I had another spot where there was literally Izuka was summoned 100 summons for each turn for 25 turns. That allowed me to level up the other team to be able to definitely pull off the win to merge back together again. None of the games are quite the same as this. I hope not, okay? I really hope not. I would love to just have my starting team, and if you use them, good. You should be able to beat the game with them. But if you see other stronger characters that you get later on, they are like the strong ones. If you put them in your team, you're probably going to definitely win. And you could choose to go the overpowered route. You could just stay with the main team, go with Aurochs, and still beat the whole game with the Aurochs in Blitzball. That's what I did. I never changed the team. We still won and beat everybody. Is there way better units? Absolutely, but no, I would rather just have the default team and go. So, I don't know. Defense seems to still work in both games. I'm going to be interested in if somehow they can find ways to remove how strong defense is. The fact that flyers can't fly over people is interesting. Same thing with Pegasus Knights and Wyverns. But they're also really overpowered. The fact that they can just fly over anywhere, attack and fly back. I'm assuming they're going to nerf them even more. And they were every flying thing was weak to bows, but then all of a sudden the Wyvern Riders are just not weak to bows. And they're just weak to only thunder. And I'm like, what's happening here? And then the wind and bows are able to take out Pegasus Knights and the Hawk and Raven Tribe. And it's just like, So, I don't know. It seems like there's still some overly powerful units. The whole team that I had seemed strong. And I don't know, like, I never needed to use a Laguz. I never needed to use any character like Gatry or Torrentino. There was no need to move a slow-moving unit who can't walk in sand. With all the defense and... I mean, Torrentino was a beast, but I think they have not that good of attack, not that good of resistance. Where the Horse Riders, the Pegasus Riders, and the Wyvern Riders had it all. Right? Fire Emblem won exactly one balanced game and its conquest. Is it balanced? Because I would like to see how the other Fire Emblems go. So, Heavenlies, I have another one or another two Fire Emblem games. I don't remember how many I have. I could look it up if I had it, if I have it written here, but I don't think I do. Let's find out. I have Game Boy Advance, it's just called Fire Emblem. Okay, I think I just have I have all of the Fire Emblems written here. Okay. I may only have one Fire Emblem game. And we did the Path of Radiance, Fire Emblem 9, and Radiant Dawn, Fire Emblem 10. So I do see that I have that. I think I only have one more Fire Emblem game for the Game Boy Advance. Just called Fire Emblem. We'll figure out what that one actually is. I could easily look it up. I just wrote it down, but the other one is Path of Radiance again, if we get the Switch too. Right, that's where my brain is trying to remember the other game. Yeah, so Fire Emblem here is known as the Blazing Blade in Japan, and it's the 7th one, right? So that's gonna be, again, we're gonna be so out of order. If we do that one, we're gonna be doing 9, 10, and 7. Like, we're so out of order. But I would love to get more. If there's a way to play the older ones, if Nintendo keeps doing what they're doing, and I hope they keep doing it, I hope we can get a chance to play Fire Emblem 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. And then we can play 7 and 8 and all the other ones. I hope they keep remaking games and putting them on the systems that is currently being played. There's so many old games that I can't play. Why I haven't started the Dragon Quest games. That's why I haven't started whatever else I had planned. Like, I just don't own those games. Yes, okay, I think Sacred Stones is coming to the Game Boy Advance thingy. I think so, and if it's there, my bad I didn't write it down. I think I do remember seeing it. I know it doesn't need to be played in order, but I normally want to play the older games first. Right? That's why when I did Suikoden, I did Suikoden 1, 2, 3, 4, Tactics, and 5. And when I did what other games, I just played the older ones to the newer ones, and it was actually fine to play games that way. We get to see them evolve and get better. The actual order of Suikoden is like Suikoden 3, like 1, and then half of 1, half of 2, and then 1, and then 2, and then 5 takes place before. And it's just like, wait, what? So yeah, I don't worry about the orders of timelines. Just playing the games in the way they came out is fine. I'm not too sure what they're remade onto. If they're remade on a handheld system, we can't play them. If they're remade on the Nintendo Switch, then we can play them. And most of the silly Android games that are like remade games, they're not the same game. It was like a remade Age of Empires or whatever. And I'm like, oh, I gotta definitely do that one. And then I look at it and I'm like, no, that's not Age of Empires. Okay, I see what's going on here. So yeah, as long as they do that, but so they need to do the English versions of 4 and 5, and then they need to put it on the Switch. Nintendo can do it, and if they do it, then I can play them. And if they don't, well, then we're gonna be missing out on wonderful games that we could play if people join together and put games on systems. I can't stream off of a DS and a 3DS, so unless the Switch 2 somehow finds a way to put 2DS and somehow 3DS games onto the Switch, that would be the only way we can play them. And then they gotta put it on the Switch 2. But until now, you cannot stream off the DS or 3DS. There's no way to do it. Even if I had the system in my hand, no one can convert the systems to stream off of them anymore. All of those companies are shut down, probably because they were doing something that they weren't supposed to be doing. So yeah, so they don't exist. They're unstreamable. So we need to get them here on Switch too. We need people who are interested, like me, live streaming these games, and then people like you who are interested to keep talking about it, to keep spreading gamers like me, you streamers like me, channels like me around to let the people know. Well, a remake would be fine as long as if I know that the top one is fight, and the second one is items, and then the other one is is whatever, shove or push, and then the bottom one is wait or end my turn. I'll be able to figure it out. I'll be able to figure it out. But yeah, like, we'll see. Either way, we're talking about games we don't even have. We've derailed way too far from Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn. So I do have number 7, which is again way out of nowhere. I have 2 big games to play now. I don't think racing games are that big, but Need for Speed Underground 1 was a very long game compared to other racing games. So I'm assuming Need for Speed Underground 2 should be equally as long or more. And then we have a giant game. Black Myth Wukong is going to be a massive game. So don't expect Fire Emblem to be anytime soon. And don't think I'm going to jump on Fire Emblem right away. Not by my own volition. Now, you Heavenlies have powers that I've been telling you all about every single day of your life. We'll see what you Heavenlies can do. But until then, I'll focus on those. But yeah, I don't know what else I can possibly say. Apparently there's remakes of numbers that I don't even know about either. I'm not going to worry about remakes of numbers that I don't know about. So, yeah. I don't know. All I can say overall is that I really did enjoy Fire Emblem. I wasn't sure if this was going to turn out bad, because tactical games are challenging. Again, I wasn't permanently doomed. If my characters died and I had no way of figuring out how to prevent it, I actually was able to figure out a way, and whatnot and so forth. So yeah, I still had fun. Having people around also makes video games more fun. So that helps. If nobody would have showed up, I probably would have been like, okay. And then I probably would have moved on from Fire Emblem forever. So I'm glad you all showed up. Yeah, I'm glad people show up to some games. I think that's all I need to talk about. So let's go ahead and hit this button now. Then the turns are gonna go way up, and so is the time. Wait, I did 1 in 14 minutes? Seven turns in 14 minutes, 7 turns in 35 minutes. Like, yeah. 17 turns, I was gonna say. "53 turns." Yeah. I wonder what happened there. This song sounds like Final Fantasy VIII card game. Unforgivable Sin is 40. 15, 5, 35, 3, and 5. Wow. Again, I kicked in overdrive there. I kicked in overdrive at the end. My team was max level. What can possibly go wrong? Yeah, right. These are considered wins, everybody. There's gonna be zeros for a good long time, because why use these? Why use them when I don't know who I could bring? Now that I know I can bring 11 people, right? I can know who to level up now. Having the original team would be kind of good too. And Mia is a part of that team now. Wow, 1 and 1. Wait, they got kills? Rolf got more kills than... How did Rolf get that many kills? Unbelievable. Heather got so... I don't even remember using Heather. How did they get so many kills? Right, Leonardo at the beginning of the game got like 2 or 3, right? So, okay. Right, Nephany and then we had to fight with them for a bunch. I was gonna level up Soren and he just fell way too short. He was way too weak when I had Micaiah and Sanaki. 27, 29 Torrentino. Edward got 33. What? Okay, it's because they were in that thing. Astrid 49. Titania with 84. Over Ike, because Ike, I couldn't use Ike again. Right, I remember why Ike fell behind. Ike hit level 20 and couldn't do anything for turns. And same thing with Micaiah. We couldn't level Micaiah until the end of the game. Dumb. Soren 5th. Boyd, the Reaver 4th. Sallies? Battles? Victories? Oh, Har himself. 104. Again, them being able to move around is so much more easier. Yeah, she was great too. Again, all of them are great. Jill, I think, was locked in Micaiah's team for way too long. Astrid was also locked away from me for way too long. But she actually got first with 122. I had to use her the most, right? Once I got her, she was the only one I could use on that battle. Micaiah was maxed out, Soph was like already promoted, and everybody else on that team was useless. So it was literally Jill doing all of the fights and all of the kills when I played as Micaiah's team. Okay. And then, unfortunately, Astrid and Marcia was in Alincia's team, and everybody else I didn't want to use. So it was rather tough. Jill all the way. And I understand why now. Jill was the only character in Micaiah's team. That was the only good unit, other than Micaiah, but she couldn't promote. And neither could Soth. Right, and Soth couldn't promote either. And everybody else I didn't like. Nolan was strong, sure, but I had Boyd. And Oscar or whatever was outperformed by both blue-haired Alincia sister girl and of course Mia. Mia, I think, is probably better than all of them, and we can't forget about green hair boy either, because he showed up way too late. The Dawn Brigade, even when decently leveled, kind of sucked. So Jill, Zyhark, and Torrentino kind of have to carry. Yeah, they did. Torrentino carried a lot. I didn't even use Zyhark at all, not that much, so I gave it all to Jill. Jill got it all. Torrentino I was planning on dropping, even though his stats was incredible. I still was planning on dropping him. I'm not a fan of that class still. I'm not a fan of any of the bow users. I'm still not a fan of the mage class. I'm still not a fan of the guards. I'm still not a fan of the Lagouge tribe. Although Naysala was awesome, and so was Tabarn. And the Lion, though he had power, still can't do what the Hawk King and the Raven King could do. So Naysala and Tabarn was awesome. But you don't have them all game, and you're not going to get somebody who can transform and stay transformed and go up that much power. Unless they somehow find a way in other Fire Emblem games, but until then, they're not going to be as good as them, so I'm not going to want them. And same thing with all of the other, Lagouge tribes. They fell so short if they didn't have that power. And who else was I going to talk about? I had somebody else on my brain that I absolutely don't use. Oh no, who was it? I just thought of them, I kept talking, and now they're gone. I said mages. The only game the bow users except Astrid. Any bow user that's on a horse or anything else, great. If they're not on a horse, I never want to use them. I can't think of who I was just about to talk about. If it wasn't Lagoo's, it was on the form of the Lagoo's. Dragons! It was the dragons. It was the dragons. I have no use for dragons either. the fact that they could only move like 6 steps and they could only attack like a mage. They can attack 1 square in front of them or 2 squares in front of them makes dragons absolutely useless. And the fact that they're so weak to thunder and whatever else, the fact that I could just walk up and blast them. Wait, we were able to one-shot all of the dragons, basically. Dragons were absolutely not as strong as they are in the story. So, yeah, we should never really fight against a dragon, but when we do, it should only be against one, and it's gonna be one of the hardest fights in the game, but not in this game. The dragons are as weak and dumb as a mage, I think. So I'm never gonna use dragons either. They gotta buff up dragons. That's all they have is 1 to 2 range, that's it. They're as useless as a mage. The moment they can attack like a dragon and fly and do what dragons can do, then they'll be good. They need to buff mages, buff bow users with their range at least and movement. The dragons absolutely are no good. Neither is the Torrentino class. I'm not a fan of them, so they gotta get as good as Dragon Lords. They gotta get as good as Pegasus Knights. They have to get better somehow. Or they gotta have to nerf everybody at the top, and then everyone's gonna be weak. There's gonna be nobody strong, and you're gonna have to be very careful with everyone. So yeah, I don't know. But Jill kind of makes sense, because I couldn't use Ike as much as I wanted to. And I couldn't use Micaiah, because she was maxed out level for forever. So Jill makes sense. Again, we had Oscar and Boyd at Titania. We had all of those people up there, right? And yeah, even Astrid was up there, because Astrid was the only other one carrying other than Marcia. Astrid and Marcia carried the other team. And other people kind of defending and doing some attacks, but it was literally Marcia and Astrid. And then like everyone else was just like, why are you here? So yeah, I had Jill on one team, and then of course Torrentino and them to help. But Jill on one team, Ashrid and Marcia and the other team, and everybody else in Ike's team I went to play as. So yeah, it makes sense that it went this way, but I really wish we never have to split up like this ever again. That's my least favorite thing of all, was splitting up and trying to deal with 3 different parties, 3 complete different power levels, and it's just like, oh man. So yeah, it makes sense that Jill murderized everybody. So good job. Har was up there. He actually didn't attack for like how many battles? Who else was max level for a while? It was Har for a long time. Titania was at a high level for a long time. Right? They didn't attack for many battles, so there could have been more kills had I forced them to level 20 and then tried to level up everybody else later, and that would have been really rough to just not use them. So anyway, I didn't use them a little bit, but not to use them at all, I mean. Either way, cool. You all saw that. I don't remember who was the main. It was Boyd, wasn't it? I think it was Boyd in Path of Radiance. He was too good not to use. But was it Boyd? I think it might have been. It has to be. It had to have been Boyd, Path of Radiance. But Jill makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. Oh yeah, I do want to do a clear save. Well, we've already beat the game. I would be shocked if this game actually blew up. No, even if the game did blow up, I have this save. We're good. Even if the game blew up, I would load that Rebirth 3. We'd easily defeat Dagansia. Dagansia, whatever his name is. View the 30 most recent combat records. Jill. That's it? Oh. The sound room. I would love to just listen to all the music in this game. It would absolutely be lovely. Uh-oh. We could do this too. Okay, so again, it's unfortunate. Micaiah was locked out of so many promotions for so long. They made Soth really powerful because if you're in a hard difficulty, you're gonna need somebody strong, and they made Soth really strong, surprisingly. Nolan, again, also really good, really solid. You just gotta get better stats than me. And when you know you have Boyd, who was powered up from Path of Radiance, it's kind of hard to make Nolan get stronger. It really was. And again, Edward, he had no defense. He had so little power, so low HP, that like it was so hard to... Again, I also don't use Sword Masters. They don't stand out enough when I have somebody on a horse who could run up with a sword and do, I'm assuming, the same damage, but they could also run away or run back and defend. When a sword master runs up, they attack and they stand there, and now they're overextended and they die. Again, also another unit that you can only move in the danger zone of 2 spaces away from death. And then if they don't take them out, you have to put people in between death and the silly little archer or the mage, and you just gotta defend. And if they can just walk around, your archer and your mage is dead. So I can't constantly keep babysitting archers and mages. I can't do it. They're not strong enough to wipe people out, so I'm not gonna babysit them. Again, healers are necessary to preventing bad things from happening to your teams, but when you have somebody called Mist who's on a horse who has the crazy amount of magic and she can wield a sword, it makes it impossible to use this type of healer who's on foot. Same thing with any archer on foot and any mage on foot and any healer on foot. They are nowhere near as good as somebody like Mist, somebody like Alincia, who was a very strong healer, and even a stronger sword user because she had strength on her side. These poor characters won't get any screen time. How could they? The intro video to the game expands as you progress in the story. The video intro to the game expands. Currently not in the game. Micaiah's voice actor is Veronica Taylor. Ash Ketchum's? What? Anyway, that's good to know. Again, very strong at the beginning of the game. How much damage did she do to those poor people who she fought at early on? And then, like, she is able to transform and stay transformed, so she's a good character. She's a totally good pick if you want some Lagoos on your team who you can actually spend time leveling up. All of the Heron tribes, they're all powerful. I can't say any of them are any worse than the other. One has no movement, that's Raphael, but he can make 4 people move around him without even transformation, without any transforming. Where the sister, Leanne, no, I'll figure it out. She can do one in front, one behind, and she has a little bit more movement and whatever else. But my dude Rayson, man, he got long range and he could do one person, and that's all I needed. I only need one person to attack twice. And if Rayson was at the beginning of the game with at least Soren or with an archer, it'll then make them a little bit better. Because Rayson can move up, or at least Soren can move up and attack in the danger zone. Any of the Heron tribes would go up and empower him and fly back, and then Soren can move out of the way. Sadly, he can't attack again, but you can move him out of the way, and that's great. Or Soren could attack twice, and he will definitely take somebody out, and then they're not in danger. But yeah, Skramir, again, he is definitely power crept by the king of lions himself. The leader of the lions. Skramir is just overpowered immediately by him. So unless you like these characters, I don't think I don't know of, and I don't really care to know, but I don't think any character is so bad that you level them up and you lose the game. Okay, so if you like them, go for it. But yeah, when you have somebody else who can stay transformed forever, it really beats all the ones that can't stay. Zelgius, yeah, you Black Knight. But, I mean, he didn't really betray anybody, did he? He did murder my father for his own personal reasons. So you don't have, you're not like a spotless character by any means, but yeah, I guess you went out and we'll never see you again in another game, unless there's more Black Knight type characters in other Fire Emblem games, but it won't be you. Oh, Peleus. Okay, I forgot to mention this, and now that I see him, I'm gonna talk about this game a little bit more, because this reminded me of what I also didn't like. Man, they really treated Dayan horribly, and Peleus literally doing what he did, all of us screaming at him, no, don't do it. You read the book, and the book says it has to be somebody from the outside has to murder you. And also there's more to it. And it's like, one of you has to take me out, and we're like, we're all part of Dayan. Like, you can't do this. Like, it's not going to work. And he still went through with it. He didn't need to die. He also, like, poor Dayan went through way too much. I know they did a horrible thing in the last game, but they were trying better, and then Big Neon did way too many awful things to these people. And the blood contract was not okay to do to Peleus, and definitely not okay to do to Naysala. It's still being in that world, in that predicament, that was something that I don't think anyone should go through. You can die 1,000 times. I don't care if people like you or you're cool or whatever. I know people on the internet are gonna say that they like this character, and I will never understand why. He done horrible crimes. He treated people horribly, and he didn't even care. He's even when he said, "Oh, I was doing it for research," but then it went out of hand. But I decided to keep doing it. You have zero respect for me, and you could die in the swamp, and I won't even care about you. You've done wrong, and you kept doing it. So no, I don't care for Iizuka. I don't care if he's made cool. I don't care if he is cool somehow. He will never have any respect from me, ever. That's a cool character. She literally got me through all of the hard fights with Mikaya's team. And she was great in Path of Radiance, and she's great in this game. I don't know how what they're going to do is they're going to nerf these people because they are way too good. They are so good. Why use any other characters when you have R and Jill? Right? They can be defense, and then they can also fly out and be offense and then go back to defense. Like, there's no reason to not use Jill and Har in your team. Unless you want to play on hard mode without Har. So, like, yeah, like, you cannot go wrong with these characters. Now, I figured out you were the dragon. I cannot believe you decided to be with Ashnard, of all people, to watch Raijin be turned into a pet, and you stayed silent through all of this, and then when Peleus was going through all of this, you decided to just distance yourself from everyone. I know this world sucks, but you could have spoken out and gotten help from anybody. Even the dragons would have taken you back. And I don't know, like, it's unfortunate that Dayan went through such horrible things. But yeah, if Iizuka has fans, they're fairly quiet. Oh, I'm going to assume if you dig a little deeper, you're going to find out that probably people on the internet, I'm going to assume that they like Iizuka, because the internet and I never get along. So when I absolutely dislike somebody, everyone on the internet's like, this is the greatest character of all time, and I'm gonna be like, I don't get it. So yeah, anyway, it's unfortunate. Again, I would have loved to now play the next game after this with all of this peace, but most likely, if it's gonna be a Fire Emblem game, we have to be fighting. So they're gonna skip over all this peace that we have, and we're gonna be right into the fighting. There's no way we're gonna have a Fire Emblem game where we're just talking about, well, people fought, and it's gonna be like a card game. So yeah, it's gonna be unfortunate because we made all of this peace happen, kind of. I mean, we're talking about it, we don't really see it. But yeah, there you go. One of the best healers in the game. And not only that, one of the Brave Sword's infinite use, and she actually has strength, so she can actually use the Brave Sword and do damage. Again, she kind of fell off a lot at the very end of the game. Same thing with Mist. Mist had an ultimate God Sword, but it does no damage. So again, we need people with high strength and what sword uses. If Marcia, I don't think could have equipped it. So if she could have, though, Marcia would have been another wrecking force of destruction again. But she's way too good to not use as a main healer who can fly around, heal you, and fly back to safety. And if you wanted to, what I did with her, remember when I fought against Izuka? I made her in the front and wiped out everybody. She just stood there and tanked everybody and took them all out. Like, she could do it. She was able to wipe... No, it wasn't Izuka. Was it Izuka? No, it was another forest battle. No, it was the battle with the poodle hair guy. I got his book, the one that casts light magic that does poison. Will never remember his name because he's a bad guy and I don't care about him. Him. She wiped out everybody on that map by herself. Again, another sword master, which if you were on a horse or if you were on a mount, you would be so much more useful for me. But they only use swords, and they rely on crit, which requires luck, and I don't have that. So I can't use these classes. Again, they are overshadowed by anybody else who could use a sword. Right? Anyone else who could use a sword. Valatome, was that his name? I don't remember him. Guy with curly hair, part of the big neon senate. He was really weird. He tried to kill Alincia. I made sure that she took him out. That's all I need to know about him. We don't need to know his name. Oh, Geoffrey, you were on a mount and you had a lance. You had double experience, but I needed to level up Astrid and Marcia. So that's why you fell behind. All right. I still think Oscar, I still think everybody has him beat, but I don't know the actual stats. Okay, I really don't know. I just feel like he didn't compare to Oscar, to Titania, to whoever else was on a horse. So yeah, again, when you give me characters that I already have, duplicates of the same class, and then you throw in, I need to level up two of my main characters from Path of Radiance, I'm not going to use you. So yeah, they felt behind. Did I say Leanne? I hope I said Leanne. So yeah, there's not much more to say other than she can make two people move at once, front and back. They had to move into a different formation. But yeah, again, all three of them are overpowered. Pick who you like, pick whatever thing you want to use, and then go with them. And you had to bring one of them to the end game anyway, so you get to choose. Again, I feel like these are strong. If they can make you move twice, or make multiple characters move twice, they are such a strong unit. Even though they can't attack, and even though you have to protect them from everything, they're still such a good unit. This guy just wants to die, and the game won't allow it. So he was more of a comedy character than anything. I know that he's actually a really old man, and he's here to protect people that he was there with, and he keeps mocking Naysala, which is great. But yeah, again, I don't think he can transform forever. I don't think he can. So, and I was only able to use him with the Alincia fights. So yeah, I struggle using the Laguz units, especially when they are super weak to wind and the beasts are super weak to fire, and it's just like, yeah, I can't use you if you have that much of a weakness. Ike literally has no resistance, but when he gets blasted by magic, he still doesn't die. Oh, Heather, I would have used her if I didn't have an overpowered character called Soth. And the fact that Soth was recommended, now I didn't know this, but Soth is recommended for endgame. So if you leveled up Heather, and then the game goes, here's Soth, and you have to bring him, you're going to be like, oh man, I have Heather leveled up and now Soth. it's not like you can't beat the game with Heather and Soth at the end game. It's just like, yeah. So it's unfair that so many characters get like this. There's either too many characters that have the same classes, and then somebody has to be better than somebody, okay? Or the game has to stop locking you out of, you are bringing these 11 people no matter what at the end of the game. So you have no choice who you bring, kind of like how this game went. So, because then you could level up anybody you want, and you know that you can choose at the end who you want to bring. So yeah, it's unfortunate because Heather was immediately replaced by Soth. Like I wasn't planning on leveling up Heather because of Soth. And I wasn't even going to bring him at the end of the game. That's why he was level 7, because I wasn't going to use him either, but he was forced to show up. Now this guy, again, I don't like your class, but he is way too good of a character. And as a person in this world, he's a pretty good person as well. Loyal, I mean. So, yeah, and his stats was incredible when I saw him after he leveled up to level 20. Those were incredible stats for somebody like him. Again, though, he can't move and whatnot, and I think he had a spear and something else, and I already have spears, and I already have all of these weapons covered. So if you like this class, I can't see you... Torrentino or Gatry you can't go wrong with either of them. I don't know about Braum, because I don't use him at all, but I've seen Gatry a bit. He seems to be able to handle it, and Braum a little bit as well, but Torrentino definitely can handle it. So when I got her, how in the world can I justify bringing Soren when she had S ranks to everything, where Soren had to get a long time to get to that ranks? Had to buy all the tomes in the world to level them up, or buy the thingies that just instantly level up your thing. But she was already there, and then again, she was forced in game. So if you would have leveled up Soren, which I was thinking, and then I stopped because she was so strong, you would have had Soren leveled up, somebody else would have not leveled up, and you would have been forced to bring Sanaki. So this, like, I can see a lot of people getting in a lot of trouble with this game when they leveled up the characters that they liked, and then they're just like, well, here's Sanaki. You already have a mage now. Do you want to bring 2, 3, 4 mages since you like them? But we already have an overpowered Sanaki here. It is what it is. Unfortunately for you, you overpowered dragon, you literally rewrote the world story, lied and told everyone that she was a chaotic god, and then stayed away from all the fights, trying to uphold an unupholdable thing, and then at the end decided to fight against us. I could see why you would try to uphold your promise because you're stubborn, but my goodness, that stubborn ended you dying because you were so stubborn. So I don't know. Are you cool? Sure. Did you stay out of everything when we kind of needed you? You did, so you kind of let me down a little bit. So, but yeah, I don't know what to say about you. I hope Kurt, your son, is a little bit more active with the rest of the world. You were a dragon and you were so powerful for a reason, and you could have just said a word and stuff could have happened, but you didn't. There you go, Kane. Who was the other one? Yeah, if you have Kane, you don't need the other lion on your team, because he can just stay transformed with however much strength, however much health. He actually tanked Dagon C's attack and lived. So, and he did a lot of damage to him. So yeah, Kane is, like, again, overpowered the other lion. There's no competition. I don't know how you would level up the lion since you only get like so few experience when you take something out. So yeah, I don't know how. Kane all the way. Again, absolutely like this one, right? All of the other ones I don't like. When it's to burn and you can stay transformed all of the time, and he had 10 movement, 5 spaces up, attack, and 5 spaces back and back to defense. What an awesome sniper. That I would consider this one of the best sniper classes in the game. And he is so strong. So yeah, absolutely lovely unit. and a character as well. I think if you hung out with him, I hope you like eating meat. I hit a button. I'm going to do this. And then there's my other sniper. Again, I was holding out so hard. Again, against all of the odds where he kept betraying people and almost led to the Hawk tribe getting wiped out. Right? Like, how awful can you be? And I'm like, there has to be something. There's no reason you would say you're doing this for the good of something and then constantly keep betraying us. And then we finally find out it was the blood contract that happened. And yeah, again, unfortunate that he was treated that way. And he had to deal with all of the stuff that he had to do. That's way too hard. That's way too hard to have something like that against you. So it wasn't him that did it, it was the contract. So I forgave him. And I knew there was something more about him than what the game showed you. I keep hitting the confirm button again. Oh, are we back to Ike? Okay, we actually went through all the characters? No, we didn't. I feel like I thought Ike was at the top. Anyway, Ike is the only main character that I know. The hero class who lost his hero class and went Vanguard. I would assume Vanguard and then hero for the top class, but no, he went Vanguard. But yeah, no, from what I can tell, his awesome Aether attack is pretty cool. Can only be done at range 1. But he has a 1 to 2 range sword, so that really helped out in Path of Radiance because he had no range. And yeah, the sword helps him out a lot. But yeah, from what I can tell, he's definitely a very great main character. Hands down. Again, what a great healer. The moment she gets put on the horse and she gets a sword, I can't see me using Reese. Like Reese and the other girl, Laura, or whatever her name is. How can you use them when you have someone who can run on a horse, heal you, and run back and get back to safety? And if not, you can just put a sword on them and they'll murderize everything because no one could hit them normally. At least in the last game. She seemed a lot weaker in this game. No magic swords, thank you. I remember something else that I was hoping for. We need magical weapons when we have magic users who has 30-something magic and 5 strength. We need to have a weapon that does magic damage. And if they wield a sword or a spear or an axe, yes, a healer can wield an axe. There should be a magical axe as well that it bases off of the magic stat, not the strength stat. That's got to get fixed so that this character can be good again. Path of Radiance, she was incredible. In this game, she was not as good as Path of Radiance. But still an incredible unit, and I brought her along with me. Again, Ranulf couldn't stay transformed. A great character in the game? Absolutely yes. A bro, even. But, like, yeah, for when it comes to gameplay, live stream, let's get games moving. Who's gonna not die? Who's gonna just do what I want it to do? Again, I can't bring Laguz with me. That can't stay fully transformed. But yeah, again, I think every character is good, so I'm not the one to make a tier list. The people who I use is who I felt I could beat the game with, and that's why I went with them. There's my boy Rayson. Again, the fact that he helped Renning out made me go, even if I have to lose somebody, like, you're being on my team. Or in this case, I had to choose between the 3 herrings, okay? Literally, when he did that, I'm like, you're on my team forever. You were already cool, but now that you did that very good thing, yeah, you're part of the team forever. And again, I think all the characters are likable, except the bad guys. But all the characters on your team are likable. Even Gatry, who seems to be a bit of a thing, he's still likable. There you are, Renning. So, Renning. I still think what I did in the game, unless the game said I did defeat him, so I did defeat him in Path of Radiance. I think the game said I defeated him too, and then he went a little bit more crazy because they used the drug on him that made the Laguz turn feral. They used it on him and made his mind go crazy, but we were able to cure him, thank goodness. And he could have been the king of Crimea, but he said no, leave it to Alencia, and she did a fine job, says the game. And I think she would have done a fine job too. And he's like literally unkillable. Somehow, like, the whole army couldn't defeat him, so they brought him along and gave him the drug. Somehow they tricked him into eating or drinking something. I don't know how that story turned out to be, but that's what happened. But no, he's still a cool character. Again, Bastion, we have no idea what you're talking about 99% of the time. But the fact that you are a pretty strong mage or sage in this game as well, and you're quite the smart person, has all the things planned, kind of like how Soren is for Ike's team. You're the Soren for Alencia, right? So yeah, again, smart character, reminds me of Edgar way too much. There you go. There's my other flying unit that can kill everything with a spear and a sword. Yeah, and she's stronger with spears, but still, what a character. Again, anyone who could fly, attack, and then fly out. That's my kind of unit. She has an unfortunate lazy brother, but she doesn't take any slack from him. And she stayed and helped Crimea out with Alencia, so that makes her even cool in my books too. Yeah, I got nothing bad to say about her. Again, she was the tank that you needed in Path of Radiance, while your team was all level 1. Titania was level 10 plus, murderizing everything, so she was great. Again, I couldn't get any stats in that game, so Oscar and everyone caught up to her and passed her. But in this game here, I think they fixed her stats so that they didn't relate to mine, and then she is as awesome as she should be. If she was like the second in command of the Grail mercenaries under my father, she has to be awesome, and she is, okay? So yeah, I have nothing to say about her. I still think she probably looked up to my father a lot, and she still goes to visit the grave and stuff, so there's a little bit more going on there. But yeah, she's great, and I don't think she's a mom, but she's great. But yeah, and she has what, axes and spears, so she covered again. When we get 2 weapons, unlike the sword masters who only stays with swords, all of these people get 2 weapons, thus being strong against one weapon, the same against the other, and strong against another. So they're strong against one, strong against the other, and ties the other one. So they're all around good, and archers don't harm them, and neither does mages, and neither does anything else. So yeah, again, how can you not like these classes that are on horses, or on Pegasus, or on wyverns? They're the best classes in the game. Oh, Soren. Again, I didn't like how you were so anti-Laguz. You kept saying the terrible names. I see that you were half Laguz, half human now. That's what the mark was for. And you allowed that to bother you, but you still chilled out. You had some incredible funny moments with Amy and against Ike. But yeah, I really wish you were not on foot, can move 4 to 5 spaces. And when you move an attack, you stand there in front of the enemy because you didn't take them out, and now you're going to die. I really hope they find something to do with mages. If mages can't attack from 4 or 5 spaces away, it's going to be impossible for me to continue to use mages. But still a good-ish character. He's gotten better in since Path of Radiance to Radiant Dawn. He's gotten better. And again, he is a genius, so he's brilliant-minded. So yeah, again, I don't want to talk about all the characters because every character is their own character, minus the pun, but you know what I mean? Like they are their own character personality. But yeah, I just couldn't use this. I can't use mages. I can't. They don't function in how I fight. And again, are you a strong bow user? Yes. Are you had some horrible things to say in Path of Radiance, so I never wanted to put you in my team. Did you chain Rolf to be incredible? Yes, you did. Can you make incredible bows? Yes, you can. But again, you're on foot. I have Astrid. So that's why you lose. Even if you are the strongest archer ever to come out of any Fire Emblem ever, it doesn't change the fact that I have Astrid. So yeah, that you just lose the Astrid, period. Moving on. Again, I don't like how you keep chasing after the ladies, but you should also be, minus the pun, solid character to be a wall and block things if you don't want to use Torrentino from Dayan. If you still dislike Dayan for whatever reason, then you got Gattrade. If you don't like Gattrade, then you got Gentle Farmer Braum. So yeah, I mean, you got choices here. There you go. I mean, I don't need to speak about this character. I'm pretty sure people should like Oscar. I wish he'd open up his eyes on the stupid bridges, because 2 times we were on the same bridge, and of course you fell into the holes. But other than that, he's still great. He can do everything, basically. And again, he's on a horse, he's got spears and something else. I gave him bows and Path of Radiance, made him incredibly strong. I think this time they forced whatever weapons that they were, so I didn't have any control over the choices, but still strong. Again, Titania and him side by side. Yeah, it's an immovable wall with range. It's a wall that got range to attack and then go back to a wall again. Again, Boyd. All power, right? Did he have max strength? I think I got on max strength in this game. Good in the last game, great in this game. He's got some Colossus spinning death attack. Yeah, I mean, solid character. Again, he's on foot, but the fact that he normally takes anybody out when he attacks means I'm going to use you. If they nerfed these characters down, those who are on foot and use axes, like they do with mages, if they just move up and they attack, kind of like what the old man from Micaiah's team, it's Oscar and Nolan, there you go. Like Nolan didn't take people out. So if Boyd always fought like Nolan all the ways through, I'd have a hard time bringing him along. So again, that's my playthrough too. You could also use Nolan right now, level him up, and he'll wipe out everything in the game, I'm assuming. But you just gotta level him up, and he's gotta go up proper stats. Unlike me, who couldn't get those stats to save my life. Or this game's life. Or Nolan's life, for that matter, since I had Boyd. Carried over with bonus stats. I think he had bonus strength and bonus HP and bonus skill. Because, you know, the Path of Radiance transfer. But yeah, no, again, in this game and the last game, he was great. Yeah, he can move up. His resistance was low, kind of like Ike's, but everything else was great. Oh, Rolf, you're on feet, and you always start off at level 1, where everyone else starts off at a higher level. And I had Astrid before I even used you, so by the time I got Astrid and I had the chance of glory, the moment I had you on my team, I'm like, yeah, I'm not using you at all. Like, there's no need. So, are you great? Are you probably a strong bow user? Yeah, you probably are. But Astrid still exists. So, the moment they remove any archer people on horses, then maybe I'll be forced to use one of these normal archer units. And there you go. Power crept by both Mist and Alencia. There's no other word. Is he a great person? Yes. I'm glad he's healthier now. He teaches, like, again, all of that stuff I could talk about the characters. But yeah, no, I got Mist and Alencia. And then also Micaiah got healing as well, which was unnecessary. I think she would still be my favorite swordsman. The True Blade. There you go. She'll transform into True Blade. I think she'll probably be my favorite True Blade. I have no idea. Her personality seems great, but I haven't had a chance to play as her. And again, all she is a sword. She doesn't get another weapon. She also moves and stops. They seem to have low defense, which is scary if you're running up and attacking, and then 4 other people and rangers can attack you, and so can mages. Basically, you're a little too squishy, and you rely on skill, speed, and luck to critical kill people, and I don't have that ability. I've had Ike literally had to kill the goddess, and he missed. So do you think I'm gonna bring Mia or any other True Blade person who requires luck to actually critical all the time? Yeah, it's not gonna happen on my playthrough. Anyway, I think she'd still be the one I would choose if I had to choose one of these classes. It'd be Mia over all of them. Yes, even over Stefan. Yeah, again, you were in the wrong team, right? If he was a part of Micaiah's team, we would have the Axe Knight and again Joffrey as well. But when I had two people I had to level up, Astrid and Marcia, I had zero reason to level you up. I see you have an axe. I have Jill, I had Har, I had Boyd, Titania. Like, it's so hard to use this character when you have those 4 units I just mentioned from another game, and I was planning on using them again. So yeah, good unit, probably. They all did level up because of the stage that they were on. They all leveled up quite well because of the stage that they were in. But yeah, like, it's so hard to use these units when you got multiple copies of them. You're literally picking a character because of their personality and you like them. That's the reason why you play these characters. And same thing with Makalov. He was on a horse with a sword. But, you know, we already have that covered with everybody else. So, and again, I don't mind him being lazy. I just don't like that he's also a drunk. I think he gambles. And the fact that he puts his sister in, like, she has to deal with whoever shows up looking for money, that whatever that is, okay? I don't like that he does that. And I don't think he ever straightened up at all. I don't think he ever straightened up for at all. So he'd probably be a hilarious character to hang around with. It's just, but I'm not hanging out with these people. We're trying to win a war here. So yeah, there's a battle I have to fight, and Makalov is never gonna make the cut ever. So, and who made the joke that he actually has high luck and he keeps losing all the time with luck-based games? Yeah, who made that joke? There you go, Brom. Again, I only got to use Gatry and I got to use a lot of Torrentino because I needed a wall, and like I got to use Torrentino way more. Can Brom do what they do? Yes, I'm pretty sure they can. So, all 3, Brom, Gatry, and Torrentino. If you like them, they're gonna be great. I don't like them, so I don't use them at all. And I think Meg is not quite this class. I'm not too sure what Meg is, because her class is not named anything that I know of. And I think I read somewhere that Meg can be one of the strongest characters in the game, but you have to do something. You have to do a lot of things, not something. You have to do everything correct, get whatever you need to do, and give her the sword that she needs, and she'll be good. And I'm just like, okay, cool, but I would only bring Meg so I can get Zyhark on my team, and I would pair those two together. I would absolutely go out of my way to do that. That'd be the reason why I'd bring her along. Again, I couldn't use her, though, because she is a slow-moving unit with a sword. No, she's rough. Maybe somebody was trolling then. Who knows? They said that she was one of the stronger characters if you do everything. And you give her the sword that she only she can wield, unless that was made up. But yeah, I don't know. I would do that for Meg. Again, look at the character art design. She is one of the coolest looking characters in this game. But she's a country bumpkin. she doesn't say much. And she just doesn't fit in my team. Right? I'm pretty sure. Absolutely. You maxed her and she couldn't take the last 3 bosses. Did you give her the sword? Do you know the sword that she's supposed to have? And does that sword even exist in this game? Or was it a troll? Did you give her the sword that only she could use? And can you name it? And then I'm like, okay, then I believe you now. And if you're like, no, I don't know what sword you're talking about, then maybe you might need to search more and find out if they are lying or if there is actually more to her and you didn't do all the work to make her strong. Let's get back to Nephany since we moved over onto somebody else. Again, looks cool. Shield Knight be jealous because she was the first Shield Knight. But not making jokes. I again, she's on foot. So I can't quite use somebody who could run up and attack, and I don't know if her, again, I couldn't get her leveled up enough. I would have to use her constantly and either remove Marcia, or I had to stop using Astrid and level up Nephany. And then we could find out how strong she really is. But again, she's on foot, not on horse, or not on a mount. That's why she loses out to everyone. There you go. They got her standing up, but again, I don't know why she likes Makalov and defends him, but I don't care about that. She is the only bow user I'll ever use. And if I can make anybody else on a mount use a bow, then they're great, but she comes on a mount, and then she wipes out everybody from afar. She even was allowed, unlike Path of Radiance, this is where this game is better, she was allowed to use a bow that can fire at range 3. That means nobody can touch her. That means not bosses, that means not archers, that means even those stupid little mages, she can wipe all of them out. And she can take everybody out in 2 hits. and usually 1 if she activates her skills. So I don't know how people don't use Astrid. Again, I didn't play this game based upon the characters' personalities. I played them because of how good they were and how they work for me. So yeah, Astrid is going to be my only favorite bow user in Fire Emblem, and until I see another one, I still don't care about archers except Astrid. And until I see another one, they're going to be referenced to Astrid first. Again, a mage character. Was she the strongest in Path of Radiance via the story? Yes. Was she strong in the game? I don't think so. I can't, again, make mages do anything other than get themselves killed or blast people with... When you finally get Blizzard and Meteor and whatever the other one's called, that's when the only time mages work for me. And they only have 5 uses for the tome. So they can only attack 5 times and they can't do anything else ever again. I cannot find a way to like mages in Fire Emblem. And does anybody know my favorite class in all video games? You can take it as in Final Fantasy. You can take it in Dark Souls games. Do you want to take a wild guess what my favorite class is? Because if you want to guess mage, then you're correct. Mages in Fire Emblem, I have no liking for. So whatever they done, I always play as a mage. I will never want to play as a mage in Fire Emblem. Danvid, not Dev Dan. Yeah, you're basically the same person. They're just trolling us at this point. But you are a separate person. They just did what they did here. And I'm glad you went on to perform comedy and make people laugh. And your twin is the last time we saw him, he was admiring flowers. So I'm assuming still the same. Again, like Nephany, cool design, but on foot with a spear. I just can't do it. And same thing with you. Again, you have to deal with criticals and stuff. Are some of these characters drawn so cool? Yes, but when you're on foot and you can only move up and attack and stand still and die, I can't use it. And you gotta rely on criticals. And again, your sword was awesome. I don't even think I used your sword, sadly, but yeah, no, again, you should have married Meg, by the way, too. Shame on you. Again, he was one on a mount. He was with Astrid's team. When I got him, was he under-leveled? Was he hard to level up or something? I thought I used him once and I went, no. And then I also was like, wait a minute, where's Oscar and where's Titania? So I was at that moment too, right? I was in that mindset, I remember now. So yeah, again, I just, I couldn't use you, sorry. And then she falls under the exact same thing. He came out of nowhere, she was new to this game. Same thing with him. I already had my team. Her armor's pretty light blue. Good for her. But it's just like I already had my team, so... if you want to swap it up, you can just drop the whole Grail mercenaries and go with all of them and see what happens. there you go. I'm going to be shocked if the internet is in a disagreeal with me this time, but I think Har might be one of the coolest people in the series so far. I know he sleeps all the time, and I think that makes him even better, I think, but my goodness is he strong. I mean, he's up there with Jill, and I put Jill with Adept or something, and Har was still just laying waste to everything. So yeah, if Har, I could have gave Har the axe as well and not Boyd, or whatnot. But like, yeah, if you didn't use Boyd, you could have given the axe to Har, and Har could have been a long range sniper with that axe, and worked over everybody. So yeah, I don't know. Har was great. Yeah, I'm glad he showed up, and again, I think it's cool because he even rescued Alencia. What he's doing is he's being an Uber dragon driver thingy, he's or delivery service of some sort, but everything else about him is pretty cool. So yeah, I don't know, he's great and such a strong unit. I assume I assume that the internet did agree with me, so thanks, Brandon or Bread. You might now be I am Bread. Okay, I still think that they changed this character. I think everything else, minus the I wanted the world to die, stuck, okay? But everything, when he said I want everyone to die and I did all of this for that, I don't believe that's what they had planned for Sephiroth. He is of the Heron tribe, right? So what happened there, and all of the stuff that he planned, sure, it does make sense. How he got the Black Knight to join him and all of that stuff I saw in Path of Radiance all play out in this game after I played them. But it seemed to come out of nowhere. Maybe the hints were there in another playthrough. I am known as Bread in many circles. But have you played your game that was named after you? That's the question. I've played it if you haven't seen I Am Bread. But yeah, I don't know. He seemed okay. He didn't seem to be like hating people. He didn't seem to be like the Senate who was buying slave lagoos and stuff. Like everything seemed normal with him until right at the end. So maybe he betrayed your heart. I was unaffected. I was just shocked that this is what he stood by. He gave up on humanity, is what the game said, and he just like the goddess, they just gave up on humanity and just wanted them to be gone. And that's unfortunate that that's how you felt, and you decided to die instead of seeing humanity cherish. You could have lived longer too. Like, I don't know. Again, you have not played it. I remember when it was super popular. Well, there you go. Now you know. Again, I already have these units. Sigrun and Tanith did not feel at all any stronger than my other units. Maybe I'm still starting to think, and here's the thing that I might be wrong, but when you have a unit that's already promotion 2, they are going to immediately be weaker than a unit that you have at promotion 1 and you level them up to their level. They will just have more stats. That's what I'm thinking. So the moment they are strong enough to get you through the hard modes of Fire Emblem at the moments when you need them, but they will always be surpassed by your level 1 promotion 1 units. That's what it feels like. I could very well be wrong, but Sigrun did not feel like she had the same strength, and neither did Tanith, until they literally hit their max level. And only then did I feel like they were on par with Jill and Marcia at level 5, level 10 promotion 2 or 3, whatever promotion we are at this point. Yeah, I think we're at promotion 3 now, aren't we? I did it again. Tanith, again, same thing. I had to level her up. They turned out good enough to be able to be the wall that I want them to be, and the other team that I didn't want to play as. Yeah, that moment. So, but yeah, they didn't seem to compared to the ones that I've already mentioned, but are they great characters? They seem to look after Sanaki. They care about her. They don't seem to be awful people. But that's not why I'm I don't want to go down that rabbit hole of their personality and character. I just want to talk about usefulness of Fire Emblem, and they didn't seem to stack up. If they were supposed to, they didn't feel like it in my game. Again, another mage. Again, I could talk more about the person, right? But no, like you're just another mage to me. So you know I'm gonna say all good things about Tormod as a person, but you're a mage. And again, same thing with all Lagoos. Great people. I really did not like when they poisoned him in this game. I was not happy with him. Izuka. Yeah, I really didn't like that. Glad we rescued him. But yeah, it just can't use you if you can't stay transformed. You're so weak when you're human form. Same thing. Compare Vika to Naysala, and there's no difference. There's no difference. There's no comparison. She is level 1. Naysala is level 100. There's the other, via story, one of the strongest swordsmen ever. I'm not too sure how he handles in game because I've never used this class. But I finally found out about him, and it seems that anyone who is mixed blood of half Bjork and half Lagoos become super strong. Now again, this world was messed up. They treated these people worse than trash, worse than how Dan got treated. But they are the strongest people in Tellius, I'll word it that way. And yet somehow they were just like, oh, and then they just go into hiding and stay away from people. So yeah, it's unfortunate. But yeah. I do not, Blade. Not at all. But yeah, I don't know. Glad to learn about how strong half and half mixes are. They seem to be like they seem to be the power. And again, cool unit, but again, the class I can't use. Now this guy here, I'm already gonna like, I did not like him in Path of Radiance, nor in this game, because of what he done. He literally bought Racing out, forced Naysala to give up Racing, held him in his little castle to just look at him because he was pretty. I don't care if all thing is meant to be beautiful and you can admire it. You don't do that to a person, to a living being. So he is like not okay in my books. Everything that he does, I absolutely do not like. Is he fabulous? I don't care if you. I've already moved on to your whatever it is that people like about you. You already done too many wrongs that I already don't want to look at you, let alone have you in my team. And even if you change your ways, I think he just joined my party because we had a pretty we had Raphael in my team at that point, right? That's the only reason why he joined me. I don't think he did anything bad. I don't think he was planning on taking any of them away, but he already did all the bad stuff in Path of Radiance and a little bit more under house arrest when he should have been jailed for life. Okay? You do love that Racing punches him in the face. In what mode? Because I don't remember him getting punched. Oh, wait, no, Path of Radiance. Path of Radiance. I was going through this game going, what are you talking about? Yeah, never mind. In Path of Radiance, yes. I was like, in this game, that didn't happen at all. You're talking about a whole other game at this point. Good grief. This guy here, Lacane, he was the face of everything that was wrong with Big Neon. And then all of a sudden, he was just a guy who spoke too much, and we stabbed him once and he fell over. And then all of a sudden, it's not him. It was Sephiran. And I'm just like, what? So yeah, I don't know. He was the face of the bad thing, and then it wasn't him, it was Sephiran. I feel like they changed it. I think this guy was supposed to be the main bad guy who orchestrated everything from behind the scenes. He was smart enough to pull it off. But then they just did a twist, and I think they twisted it so much that they didn't even plan for it. I still believe that to this moment. And then this guy, we know that he did some stuff as them as well, so he's not at all off the hook. I know we helped Raphael out at that one moment, but I know he's done other things before. And I think he also bought, yeah, again, they all, I don't think any single one of them is good. Now, he did some good, unlike the rest of them, but he still did some of the bad. Yeah, if by tomorrow I'm going to be playing Need for Speed Underground 2, so my world will change again to a whole different game. I will not be watching Path of Radiance information. Yeah, as a streamer, I'm so different. Welcome back, by the way, Travs. But yeah, so anyway, I don't know. It's hard to like these people, even if they did do a little bit good, when they did so much wrong. You know, I forgot about you, Jared. You were a part of the Big Neon Army, and you were everything that I disliked. You made no sense that Big Neon would treat Dayan citizens like the way that you did. And the fact that all of the horrible things, I couldn't believe Big Neon had anything to do with it. And you made no sense, and I don't even remember you. I know that you were there at the beginning, and I think I put you to sleep, and then I don't remember you anymore. And now we're back to Always Hungry Girl. Again, I think she would be a really funny character to invest some time into. But she's a mage. I'm moving on quickly because I'm actually done my whole... I knew this was going to go for 4 hours. How did I pull that off? Anyway, faster me. A thief character, we had Soth. I think he actually kind of competed with Soth because he was an assassin. But again, you get him so late at the game. I don't like using users that just show up at the end of the game and it's just like, oh, I had no time to even talk to you, ever. You're gonna have no support units here. And again, this guy seems cool via the story. I think I could use him, how many times in this game? And he can't stay transformed forever. He had the item to stay transformed per battle, but after I used up all the item, he'd be back to normal. And then same thing with them. These were like the generals, yeah, generals and whatnot. So again, all of these Lagoos, if they can't stay fully transformed, I couldn't quite use them. She was quite sassy in Path of Radiance. She seemed to be a little bit more mellower now, so yeah, good for her. And now she's the commander herself now, right? And yeah, he became an elf. I'm trying to go through this real quickly now. Again, he seemed cool. Again, the characters are cool, but it's just he could only half transform, which was a strange new thing they added in this game. But half transformed wasn't all strength, and I don't know. I'd rather use it go full transformed and stay fully transformed like the other ones can. So you fall off if you don't stay fully powered. And again, so all of the Lagoos got the same thing. They don't compare to Barn. They don't compare to Naysala, nor do they compare to Kanegus. Okay, so it's so hard to use these people. Can you use them in your playthrough? Absolutely yes. So all the same, you're a dragon, but you're as bad as a mage to me because you can only move a little bit, 5 spaces like a mage, and attack 2 spaces in front of you. Whoop-de-doo. Sorry, but I got no love for the dragons in combat. Are they cool characters? Is he pretty cool? I wish I didn't have to fight against him, and I didn't. So thank goodness the chat told me not to attack him because I was going to. So yeah, glad to have them here. So that. But yeah, again, I can't use you as a character. All of these dragons are absolutely useless to me. All of them. Oh, again, I will never be happy with what you've done in this game to Raijin. Yeah, how dare you kill him off in Path of Radiance without even me knowing, and then just say, yeah, he's dead, too bad, move on. I was just like, no, I'm not gonna move on from this. Make a game based off of this guy. Give him his own standalone game. He was way too cool to do that too. Anyway, we rescued him for nothing, basically. You defeated the whole end game of Path of Radiance when you did this to me. I was personally affected by that, basically. Her again? Okay. Yeah, again, we know you're Zelgius. You were quite strong in Path of Radiance. I couldn't beat you. We got the other ending. But I learned from that game to put on Nihil, and that stops you from being strong. It stops everybody from being strong. So I learned, and then I defeated you with no problem. Gareth versus all magic for the rest of the game is a design choice. Gareth versus all magic. Later games you just need to use weapons for these transformations instead of the limit gauge. Yeah, you have weapons. I'm curious to see what happens later on. So yeah, again, I'd rather not know. I'd rather not know what's happening. So this is what Uni looks like. So what does the other one look like? Because I thought that they were 2 in 1 or one body and they split off into 2 things, the goddesses. But that's what Uni is. She was a flying avian that was with Micaiah all game. And she's not going away. Yeah, Ike was smart and say, no, you don't need to go. We need to look up to you. So good choice. Again, I am still disappointed with all of the goddesses. They all don't seem to have a sweet clue of what they're doing. So, like Ike. So yeah, anyway. It's, I'm glad that how the ending went, it went that way. That she will stay around and give people another chance. And you, yeah, why do you look like that? Anyway, yeah, I already said about the goddesses. I can't believe you all don't know how to deal with humans and how to deal with other things that don't go your way. And then Elena? Huh? Is Elena? Oh my goodness, I'm tripping. Who in the world's Elena? She's a staff user with blue hair. I almost want to guess that this is Ike's mom, but she was nowheres at all. Thank you. Okay, you finally wrote down that's Ike's mom. Good. I that's what I was going with when you finally wrote it. I'm only getting it now, so I was right with my guess. Okay. But she wasn't even in this game, was she? Or did we get the rest of the story of him? No, that all happened in Path of Radiance. That all of the story happened in Path of Radiance. That's why I'm like, why is she here? And if Gawain is not here, then why is she here? Because now we're back to Micaiah. I think, anyway. I think we're almost there. But yeah, again, I did like her light magic. And again, she works well when you're fighting in a city. In small hallways where only 1 or 2 people... No, in like a single lane hallway, a mage is the powerfulest. Because you only need 1 defender and 1 mage. And then the mage can do all the work. But poor Soren, always in a giant open field where he can get myrtleized at any second. That's why Soren fell off from Micaiah, and I assumed she was main character. Based upon how I had to play as her first, and then I'm glad I made the right call, and then she showed up at the end game, okay? Second playthrough will be needed, huh? Oh, okay, there you go. And then we're back. So yeah, we're back. All right, I knew I can talk for an hour and a half, everybody. I knew I had it in me. I hope you all truly, truly enjoyed me enjoying Fire Emblem. I really do. I really do. We get to see all the videos. In the Path of Radiance, there was like 4 videos. So I'm like, there's no way there was only 4 videos. Now there seems to be a little bit more. Oh, preview. Preview? Huh? Spoiler! Spoiler! What is... Anyway. I think I've seen too much. Replay event? View base conversations. How did I miss? Anyway, we could figure out who we missed. Okay, cool. View Fire Emblem Path of Radiance support conversations. Oh, that's what I did in Path. Again, I messed this up so badly. I messed this up so badly. You have no idea how bad I messed those up. Those are the commercials. Well, spoiler alert, we're not watching it. If you want to see it, play this game, beat it, and watch it yourself. I'm not putting commercials on now. Anyway, I again thank you all for hanging out for so long, investing so much of your time here on this channel. I really appreciate you all. And again, I really do hope you enjoyed. And again, if you bug me in the future for more Fire Emblem, you probably would sway me to play it, so. But yeah, give me a moment. I just talked to people, right, in Path of Radiance without knowing that there was a limit. Again, the moment they removed the limits and you could talk to everybody, and only the people who are supposed... You could talk to everybody, but the ones that they're supposed to be supported with will actually show up, then great. But I don't know, I can't do supports yet, so... Either way, I just want to say thanks to all of you. You made this game way more fun for me. And, yeah, I think that's all I need to really say. Hopefully I said everything else that I want to say and talk about. I mentioned the magical weapons. I mentioned the don't separate teams. I think I said it all. So, with that, thanks Heavenlies for shopping, watching, and seriously, if you like what I'm doing, please hit those buttons you have to do by now. And I'll see you all in the next episode. Take care.